Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire County District 17, Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam. And I am not the prime sponsor of this bill, as you will see. However, I received a phone call and asked if I could introduce it just because of some logistical reasons. So the bill in front of you is a CRCR, it's a CACR, and we all understand the hurdle that brings with it. However, I have to give a lot of credit to the sponsors of this bill because a similar bill came to us last year, and obviously it did not make it through the House. I don't even know if it made it through the Senate, but the sponsors listened to the feedback and what was said with that particular bill at that time. Unlike, a lot of other bills that we see year after year after year where absolutely no changes were made whatsoever, and it's just, brought back to us. So one of the things that we heard was that what was the reason for, I think it was like 73, 75, I can't remember what we were trying to raise the age to. So we realized that there is not a single representative or elected position in the entire state that has an age limit. Not one, except for sheriffs. Judges are appointed. Different situation, appointed. So because there isn't a single other elected position that has an age limit, that is why the CACR in front of you is just doing away with the age limit altogether instead of just trying to come up with an arbitrary number that, we thought would fit. My understanding is this constitutional ad was, I think, in the 1700s, and I think we would all agree there's a big difference where we are today in the world of 70 as we were, back then. A person could have a physical disability that makes their body appear older than what it is. However, their brain can still be as sharp as, what it is at 30 or 40, depending on a person's ability at that age. So with all that being said, that is the reasons the bill is in front of you, the way it is written. That is why the sponsors brought it. And I think that the committee really needs to give it some serious consideration. Thank you.
There you go.
That's okay.
And I'll defer to Sheriff Masahos if you'd like.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee. For the record, I am the Rockingham County High Sheriff, Charles Macias. I was first sworn in as High Sheriff in January 2019. My position as High Sheriff is 40 years in law enforcement, serving with the Rockingham County Sheriff's Office and the New Hampshire State Police Auxiliary from 1994 to 1998. In addition, I'm a very successful business person in Londonderry and have been so for over the last 40 years. I appear before you to support CACR 11, which eliminates the mandatory retirement age of the New Hampshire High Sheriffs. You will hear argument against such a change. In fact, none of those meet the contemporary standards for the office of High Sheriff. It is, in fact, that the Constitution of the state of New Hampshire has included a mandatory retirement provision for high sheriffs in Article 78 since 1792. The Constitution is a living document. In fact, given a broad definition of the Constitution Amendment, our Constitution has been amended 149 times. Today, the High Sheriff is seen more as an administrator as opposed to an operational member of the organization. It is important to keep in mind that as a High Sheriff is the choice of the voters. He or she is elected, and should he or she not fulfill the requirements of the office, then the electorate can initiative and determine any changes. Mandatory retirement may well override the will of the people. Federal law under the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, protects American workers age 40 or older. By changing the mandatory requirement, we can overcome a belief that is literally centuries old and frankly well outdated. With age in law enforcement profession comes institutional knowledge, political and legal experience, and leadership skills born on crisis. We must ask if the High Sheriff be controlled by an outdated requirement imposed when living to the age of 70 was rare. Instead, we should focus on contemporary law enforcement needs and requirements. I would like to remind the committee that no other New Hampshire law enforcement official is required to leave the office at a predetermined age. That includes all levels and ranks of law enforcement professions. In closing, I ask for your support in this matter designed to serve the populace of the safest state in the nation. Thank you.
So what year was this put in? 17 something?
1792.
And most people didn't live to 60 back then,
I
but
don't think most people didn't leave to 50.
yeah, I was trying to be nice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Ought to pass for CACR 11.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So basically, we had this bill last year. It was very similar, but the sponsor changed it. And they took out the age requirement altogether. The understanding is that the only elected position in the entire state that has an age limit is sheriffs. And the arbitrary number, that we tried last time obviously didn't work. And 17 something is whenever this was put in. Things are a lot different now. And, if the people do not want a person to be the sheriff because of their age, they cannot elect them to be the sheriff. And additionally, generally speaking, the sheriff does more administrative work. We're not saying that they don't do anything out in the field, but just as a general rule, they don't. So I just think it's a good policy and that we need to make it happen.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to your second,
Yeah,
Representative? Ford?
I agree with Representative Rhodes that back in 1792, people barely lived to 50 or 60. Now we're living to 80 and 100. So some of us can function a lot later in life, and this is an elected position. And if the people think that person's too old, they won't elect them. And so I think this is a good bill to keep some of that experience in the departments or in the sheriff department and having it walk out the door way before it's time. So I think this is a good bill.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Muse.
I'll be opposing it this year as I did last year. One of the things that this version of the bill does is by not having any age limit at all, it opens up the door to us having sheriffs that are 75, 80, 85, or 90 years old. So it basically takes all of the limits off. And I think as Representative Rhodes said, although the responsibilities of the sheriff are primarily administrative, there are situations where they are required, or not required, but where they do go out in the field and where they will go out into the field armed. I'm age 69 myself. I'm going to turn 70 in 2 weeks. I am not as sharp as I was 30 years ago. I'm not as sharp as I was 10 years ago. I'm not as physically fit as I was 10 years ago, even though I work at it almost every day. The fact of the matter is you're not the same. In a role where your primary responsibility is protecting and serving public safety, I think it's very important that that we have standards like this, and I also feel that this is the type of thing I think that's easy for us to pass because most of us are older, and I think we feel this a little bit more than maybe other folks do. But I also think a lot about how younger people view an older legislature passing laws that essentially cement older people in place for longer periods of time. So the bottom line is I opposed it last year when the limit was age 75, and I'm certainly going to oppose it this time when there's no age limit at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that mean you're not running for state rep next year because you're going to be 70?
I don't think we don't have a state limit. Anything further officially? I'll be supporting the bill because I wouldn't support it if it was up to our vote because I think we're too small of a representative body to decide something for every person as far as their age. I think that for this to pass, it would require several layers of votes. It would require the entire electorate by a 2/3 margin to support it to change the Constitution. So I think that us playing gatekeeper, saying we don't trust you to make the right decision is wrong. And then it would take another vote for such a person to be elected by the majority of their constituency. So I feel like us putting ourselves in between that as some kind of a gatekeeper deciding what the people should or should be smart enough to vote on just doesn't make any sense to me. And again, the sheriff can get involved in law enforcement to the extent he or she wants to. They're not ever forced to. So with that, I just think that it's worthy to let the voters decide. I'd ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion is ought to pass.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's,
Yes.
Representative Devoyd,
Yes.
Representative Paquette,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschwanier,
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright,
No.
Representative Muse,
No.
Representative Newman,
No.
Representative Murphy.
No.
The clerk votes no. Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
7-5.
7-5 passes. What is today? Today's Wednesday. If we could, by the end of the week on the report, whoever you guys figure, you'll do it. Okay, by the end of the week. Thank you. With that, I close the executive session. And I open the public hearing on, what do we got next? 512, SB 512. Thank you. And I recognize Senator Keith Murphy to introduce his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Senator Keith Murphy. I represent the towns of Goffstown, Hooksett, Candia, Raymond, and North Manchester. This bill was a little personal for me. I don't know if anybody here has ever had the misfortune of being charged with a crime with which you were completely guilty or innocent. Innocent. Let me try to explain what that's like for a moment. Your mugshot is taken. That mugshot follows you around probably for the rest of your life. Any Googling of your name, any search of your name on the web pulls up that mugshot, even though you did nothing wrong. You try to convince the police you're innocent. You offer witnesses, people who were there. The police refuse to interview them. You have to take the bank account that you were saving money to buy your family a house, empty it to pay the attorney. For about a year, this follows you around. Your firearms are surrendered to the police. If you're someone in position of elected office, for example, the newspaper, the news stations all run stories with your mugshot, interviews with the police. If your side of the story is mentioned at all, it's a sentence at the very end. And then you finally get your day in court. You finally get to bring those witnesses out, and they all back you up. And you get found not guilty. Great. System works, right? You're out the money. You still got the mugshot on the web. You still have people who think he probably did something wrong. And then you go and do the only thing you can do to try to correct the record a little bit, and you file for annulment. And it costs $110. If you read RSA 651.5, Roman 9, it's very clear to me the legislature, when it came up with the annulment statute, never meant for people who were found not guilty to pay to have the record annulled, to have the record really corrected. But the judiciary has been charging a filing fee. To me, this is about the court system taking money from people who were found not guilty. They're not guilty. They did nothing wrong. They are no more to blame for the situation they're in than the people in this room. In fact, they are less responsible. Innocent people that the state has taken money from. So, the bill as amended by the Senate simply adds that no filing fee shall be charged for petition to annul brought under subparagraph 2A, and 2A says 30 days following the finding of dismissal if an appeal is not taken, or a finding of not guilty. So people who are found guilty still have to pay the filing fee. They still pay to have the record annulled. They still have the correction. It's people for whom charges are dismissed or people who are found not guilty. So I hope that the committee will kindly pound the bill. I think this is really correcting a wrong that has gone on in the state for too long. It's $110 per person. The LBAs, if you see the revised fiscal note, it says it's a fiscal impact of less than $10,000 per year. So it's pretty minimal. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Did you receive any pushback from the judiciary on this?
No one testified against the bill at the Senate hearing. I believe there was communication with Senate Judiciary, on which I do not sit, but I heard about some communication beyond the fact after that hearing, which is why the bill was amended in the Senate to address any concern that they had. If you look at the bill as introduced, it was a bit more unwieldy than this very simple amended version brought to you today.
Thank you. And since you told us about it, did you eventually secure the annulment?
Eventually I did.
And how long did that process take?
Once I paid my $110, it was maybe 3 days. It was quick.
Okay, thank you. Further questions?
However, if you Google my name, you will still see that mugshot.
There is that saying, where do I go to get my reputation back?
That's exactly right, sir.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is reminding me of legislation we had before regarding mugshots being released for, regardless. My question was, I was wondering if there was any reasoning behind the date you chose for offenses occurring or disposed of after this date. It's back in 2019, so I'm just wondering if there was any specific reason for 2019.
Thank you for the question, Representative. That language is currently in the law. At some point around 2019, the legislature at that time altered this statute and treated offenses prior to that date one way and after that date as another. And so the only thing we're adding to the statute is that bolded text below.
Representative Lascelles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I don't know you. We've never worked on any legislation before,
Yes, sir.
but I know your mugshot.
That's
And that
unfortunate.
sits in my mind. I say, okay, I know he was charged with something. I don't know that you were not found guilty. I don't know that it's been annulled, but I've seen that mugshot. It seems to me that, and I hope you would agree with me, that this dollar figure here is more of a principled thing to at least go down the road a little bit to getting your reputation back. Would you agree with me on that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. It pains me to hear you say that, because I've heard that. I run a business. I still, to this day, years later, offer jobs to people, and then they call back and say, I don't want to work for you because I read about what happened in the newspaper. Right? So years later, it haunts me. It'll haunt me the rest of my life, even though I did nothing wrong. So it's very much about the principle for me. The $110 isn't the point. This is money the state shouldn't have from people that did nothing wrong. And it's the least the state can do to someone who's already been victimized. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. No executive, you guys like it? I'm going to open the executive session on Senate Bill 512 and recognize myself to make a motion. I move ought to pass.
Second.
Seconded by Representative Peru. It seems to me common sense that that the state invested money in prosecuting a person and they were not able to fulfill their burden, then the person should not be further penalized with a blow upon a bruise by having to pay $110 to clear their name. And if we could go further and purge these type of things from the record and the internet, I'd love to, but that's maybe a battle for another day. But this is the first and best step I feel like we can do to at least show that we believe in the system of our justice. And when someone is found not guilty, they are not guilty and should not be charged more money. Would you like to speak to your second, Representative Pro?
My thoughts are exactly the same. Listen, they falsely accused you. They couldn't prove their case. You shouldn't have to pay to officially clear your name. It should automatically be done, but I know that's asking too much. But when you go make that request, it should be for nothing.
Further discussion. Representative Muse.
Just like to say that a state that can't prove its burden in court shouldn't be able to collect money from you.
Chairman, one more sentiment. It's insult to injury. That's we're adding more insult to injury after putting someone through what could be a very traumatic experience.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Prue,
Yes.
Representative LaSalle's,
Yes.
Representative Devoyd,
Yes.
Representative Paquette,
Yes.
Representative Saborn Deschenier,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Newman,
Yes.
Representative Murphy.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
12-0.
Any objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. I close the executive session. 11 o'clock. public hearing on Senate Bill 557 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce the
Just
bill.
pass them here, we'll pass them down.
Who is that? Senator Altshuler, is that you? Yeah, okay.
Here.
After the sponsor speaks, I'm going to limit testimony to 3 minutes each. Please don't repeat yourselves. There's a lot of people in this bill. If you hear something that someone else said, please don't take up time by saying the exact same thing. Tell us what you personally have to bring to us to consider on this bill. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Roy and honorable committee members. My name is, for the record, my name is Deborah Altshuler, and I represent Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Exeter, Hampton, Hampton Falls, Northampton, Rye, and Stratham. The Kratom Consumer Protection Act, Senate Bill 557, as originally presented, would prohibit the sale of kratom products to anyone under 21 years of age and provide for the regulation of the sale of kratom products, providing consumer protections. The amended bill before you guts those protections. I'm asking for this committee to restore the bill to its original form and bring oversight to a substance with opioid-like pharmacological effects and currently operates in a regulatory void. Kratom comes from the leaves of the Mitragyna speciosa, a tropical tree native to Southeast Asia. And for generations, workers in Thailand and Malaysia used the natural leaf for mild stimulant effects. What is sold in American convenience stores today bears little resemblance to that traditional use. The active compounds, primarily mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine, commonly referred to as 7-OH, and I'm going to use 7-OH because its original name is a mouthful, bind to the same mu opioid receptors in the brain as morphine, oxycodone, and fentanyl. The FDA's computational model confirms that kratom alkaloids behave pharmacologically like opioids. Laboratory studies demonstrate that 7-OH is up to 13 times more potent than morphine on a per molecule basis. And that potency figure matters because it does not describe the natural leaf. It describes what happens when alkaloids are isolated, concentrated, and synthesized into high potency tablets, gummies, and shots that are sold at gas stations and convenience stores across New Hampshire. You actually have a picture with you, a picture that came around, and those are some of the products that I actually purchased right up the street at the convenience store on the way out to Route 93 across from the McDonald's. So those are, you can just get them on your ride home. That potency figure matters because it doesn't describe the natural leaves. Natural kratom leaf used traditionally as a tea or a tincture, which is done in homeopathic settings here in New Hampshire, contains trace amounts of 7-OH, roughly 0.004%. There is a small but legitimate homeopathic industry built around the natural leaf. And the original Senate Bill 557 left room for that. This bill is not aimed at that industry. It is aimed at the synthetic, the semi-synthetic, and the concentrated products that are driving the documented harms. The evidence of harm is mounting rapidly. U.S. Poison Control Centers received 1,600 plus kratom-related exposure calls in just the first 7 months of 2025. that had already surpassed 2024, and 35% of cases involving 7OH result in severe medical outcomes, including seizures, respiratory depression, and loss of consciousness. EMS data shows that over 4,200 kratom-related overdose encounters nationwide from 2023 to 2025 has a statistically upward trend. And medical providers and addiction treatment programs across New Hampshire have reported increasing numbers of patients with kratom dependence. Withdrawal symptoms mirror classic opioid withdrawal, muscle aches, insomnia, severe anxiety, nausea, and intense cravings. And one addiction medicine physician described treating patients who began using kratom believing that the natural and herbal marketing claims actually found themselves only physically dependent on a new drug within weeks. There's no standardized dosing, there's no quality control, and there's no medical supervision. In the United States, these kratom products are considered a dietary supplement, so they are completely unregulated. We know that adolescent brains aren't fully developed, sometimes all the way into the mid-20s, and research on kratom use during this time demonstrates long-lasting cognitive and behavioral deficits. Studies in adolescent rats exposed to kratom show persistent impairments in learning, memory, and executive function that extend into adulthood even after exposure has ended. So currently, there is no federal age restriction on kratom sales. Products are displayed openly on shelves right next to energy drinks, often in youth-appealing formats. You can buy gummies shaped like trolls. You can buy chocolates shaped like frogs and flavored beverages with packaging that mimics snack foods while omitting any warning about dependence or opioid-like effects. New Hampshire raised the minimum age for tobacco and e-cigarettes to 21 in 2020 because nicotine is addictive. Adolescent brains are vulnerable, and preventing youth access reduces lifetime addiction rates, which also is a benefit to public health. The same logic applies, even with greater urgency, to these high-potency kratom products. Alcohol is restricted to 21 because of impaired judgment, developmental harm, and addiction potential. Kratom's concentrated forms act on the same neural pathways involved in the most devastating addiction crisis in American history. The case for age restrictions is at least as strong. The original Bill 557 does not ban kratom. It does not criminalize adult possession, and it does not eliminate the very real natural leaf market of teas and tinctures. What it does establish is basic consumer protections that any responsible market should have. No sales to anyone under 21 with ID required at the point of sale. Bans on synthetic alkaloids and products exceeding specific potency limits, child-resistant packaging, clear labeling, including alkaloid content and health warnings, heavy metal and solvent limits, and licensing and enforcement authority for the Department of Health and Human Services. Kratom is often sold and defended as a natural plant product, as though the natural origin confers automatic safety. And that defense has some merit when applied to the actual natural leaf. It has no merit when it is applied to the synthetic tablets, to the concentrated shots, and the candy-like gummies that now dominate the commercial market. The pharmacology of those products is clear, and the harms are documented. The regulatory gap is indefensible. We know from experience that delaying action on emerging drug threats allows preventable harm to accumulate. Synthetic cannabinoids, bath salts, fentanyl analogs, each time we waited a little bit too long to take action and people suffered. Senate Bill 557 offered in its original form, a measured, evidence-based response. It protects youth. It establishes product standards. It creates enforcement mechanisms, and it draws the right line between the natural, botanical, and legitimate traditional uses and the high potency synthetic products and concentrated products that drive the public health crisis. I urge this committee to restore the bill to its original form and then recommend ought to pass. In your packet on the back page, you can see there's a list of states that have fully banned kratom and states that have restrictions for kratom over the age of 21. And there are 3 states that restrict under the age of 18. So I also have, I'm going to pass this out. I won't read it out loud, but we have Dr. Stancinu from Dartmouth, who is one of the experts in the state on kratom dependency, specializing in addiction psychiatry. And he would like to express support for restricting these chemical compounds and the concentrated versions. I'm going to pass his testimony out for your reading, because I have a feeling you're going to get a lot of things to read today. Okay.
I'm assuming you take
So,
questions.
Yes, last thing.
Yeah.
Last thing. So this committee came to the Judiciary Committee in the Senate, and in an executive work session, we worked through some changes that we made to the bill. So the bill that came out of the hearing and out of committee was recommended 5-0 as ought to pass with amendment. And that 5-0 was all 5 members of the Judiciary Committee. No one was absent. So we had a 5-0 vote. And in the 11th hour, there was a floor amendment that came from someone who had already supported the committee amendment and the committee work. And that floor amendment is what you have in front of you, unfortunately. And it, like I said, it strips out all the regulatory, and it doesn't leave room for the natural products, and it doesn't address the concentrated products, some of which you see in the pictures in front of you.
Thank you.
Certainly.
You mentioned that it has similar overdose ability to opioids. Is that correct? People's breathing can stop, that type of thing, if they take too much of it.
It is not a 1-to-1.
Okay.
But the way it reacts in the body is it attaches to those same receptors and creates that same sort of high, if you will, and also a very quick addiction to that feeling. So it's not something you shake
What if
without some help.
someone who's already taking an opioid
Yes.
were to take this? Is
That's
there a warning
problematic.
on this package that says if you take opioids, you should not take this?
No,
I take opioids for a medical reason.
Sure.
And if I saw this and said, oh, that might help me wake up, I could potentially overdose.
I can't speak to the medical complications that
Yeah.
you would experience. There are people behind me who could speak to that.
I mean, I wouldn't
however,
anyway, but
you
someone may.
will,
Yeah.
you will feel the effects of it.
And does Narcan reverse this? Do you know?
No, it does not. This is not that kind of addiction. One of the most common products that we see in the New Hampshire market are these little blue bottles that are sold next, and they're called all natural.
Like the caffeine drinks you can get. This
Right next to the caffeine drinks, they're just slightly a little bit larger, and at the risk of being crass, they are referred to as the soccer mom sauce. So because they are a pick-me-up, they are advertised and pushed out as that 3:00 pick-me-up. You got to go get the kids from school and start the afternoon activities and still do all the evening activities, and you're balancing your work. This is going to be the thing that's going to get you through the second half of the afternoon. However, it's highly addictive. So that $10 one-time shot has become, for some people, a very, very expensive addiction that then requires getting professional help to get off of it. That is not synthetic. It's not semi-synthetic. It's actually a concentrate put in liquid form. And then some of the other things are concentrated tablets that are sold, and they're sold in 4-packs. So it looks like there's 4 tablets. But you have to really read the fine print on the package to recognize that if you flip the tablet over, there's actually a crosshatch, and the intention is that you will break that pill up into 4, that you will cut the pill into 4 different doses, and that package of 4 is actually 16 doses. That's not something that is readily recognizable when you pull that 4-pack off the the little thing at the convenience store next to the chips.
Yes, Representative Scheer.
I just want to understand the difference between the natural product, the concentrated product, and the semi-synthetic kratom and the synthetic kratom. I understand, I think, the semi-synthetic and the synthetic kratom. How is as you referred to it, the concentrated product, how is that created?
How is it created? I'm not familiar with how it's boiled down and put into but it's a concentrated dosage.
I understand that.
Yeah.
The definition of semi-synthetic or synthetic kratom talks about an alkaloid derivative that has been created by chemical synthesis or biosynthetic means, including fermentation, recombination techniques, yeast-derived enzymatic techniques. And that goes rather than traditional food preparation techniques. So I'm trying to figure out whether the concentrated product is included in that definition, even though it's not said out loud. But
I'm sorry, are you reading from the amended version or the original?
The amended version. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, the original version outlines the concentrate and the different. I'm sorry, I'm looking through. I may have passed it out to somebody by accident, but the original version actually outlines out different dosages and micro dosages that would be acceptable, and that specifically, here we go, that specifically leave space for the natural homeopathic businesses here in the state.
Yes, my concern still is putting aside the original version. Follow up? Well, I'm talking about the bill that's in front of us. Okay. And I'm trying to understand whether the process for creating the concentrated product fits into the definition of synthetic kratom or semi-synthetic kratom. Because if it does, then I'm thinking differently about this. So do you know if anybody's coming up after you that could help
maybe
explain that?
I might be able to answer your question. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, but a synthetic is the kratom that is mixed with other chemicals, and the semi-synthetic, or it's created, from a predominance of other chemicals. Semi-synthetic is a half and half. The concentrated, we were looking at ratios of, a concentration that would be greater than 150 milligrams of the mitragynine per serving. Any of that kind of ratio is not addressed in the amended bill in front of you. So putting in milligrams of 7-OH per gram is not available. And the concentrated is not addressed in the bill you have before you. So the concentrated is off the table. If this bill passes as amended, you will still, day after this goes into effect, be able to buy the concentrated form of kratom and you will still be able to buy the concentrated liquid form of kratom. The amended version does not touch that segment of sales.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator.
Surely. Thank you.
I understand, I have no personal experience with this
Yeah.
substance. I understand it's mainly marketed in convenience stores. I'm, and maybe you don't know the answer to this. Who manufactures this? Excuse me. And who profits from this?
A lot of the manufacturing is done in China. I don't know if we do have more manufacturers here in the United States, but I mean, we do know the majority of it comes from overseas. And it's it's classified by the FDA as a dietary supplement, so it's unregulated in that way.
Follow. Does this concentrated version that you can buy in the 7-Eleven have any valued use medicinally?
That is, in my opinion, with the research I have done and the stakeholders I have worked with, the concentrated versions are very, very dangerous. In working with the natural leaf, so the natural leaf is a completely different story than the concentrated over here. And the natural leaf can be boiled down to create teas and tinctures that have been exceptionally helpful for people treating pain homeopathically. I want to leave those people alone. I want to let them do their business. They're not the concern. The concern is the concentrated, the synthetic, and the semi-synthetic, which are three different things. And what we're trying to do is put a regulatory framework around them so that there will be more consumer protection on those three kinds of kratom products that are overwhelming the U.S. market. These people over here doing teas and tinctures, there's like a half a dozen, but they're important New Hampshire businesses. This over here, New Hampshire's not making any of this. They're just taking it in and suffering the consequences.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your question.
Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question. So what appears to have happened here is your original bill, which was primarily framed around creating a regulatory and consumer protection framework for this, was basically simplified into a bill that basically criminalizes the synthetic version of this. The question that I have is how much did you, how did the discussions go in the Senate around things, for example, the bill, the last line of the bill is that it would become effective upon passage. And so what becomes effective upon passage is that this would become a Controlled 2 drug. That's the same schedule that fentanyl is in.
Correct.
And right now, psilocybin is a Schedule 1 drug. So we have some potential issues there, but I'm just curious. I mean, how prepared are we to take on another Schedule 2 drug and all of the testing requirements, the lab requirements? I mean, is the only thing that we have to do is just decide it's a Schedule 2 drug and we can just start prosecuting people, or is it more complicated than that?
Well, I would suggest that it's a lot more complicated than that. And while it might be an easy way out to just say, oh, but just make it illegal, it leaves a significant portion of the market unregulated and untouched. For instance, the concentrated. So, we'll have to take the convenience stores will have to take all the synthetic and semi-synthetic off of their shelves, which means they can replace that on their shelves with the concentrated version. They can just have more of the little juice drinks because that's concentrated. That's not semi-synthetic. And now it's kind of put frosting over an unbaked cake. It's not ready to go. The original bill as written put in place an effective date of January 2027 so that we could put some plans in place and put an account in place to have be ready to separate those penalties, fines, and application fees, because in wanting to sell kratom in a regulatory structure, you would be licensed to sell it and you would have to pay for that. And, that's a decision that would have to be made by store owners if they wanted to be able to sell kratom to people who are over the age of 21. And again, not looking to ban kratom products because kratom products are not all the same. Looking to put a regulatory structure on it, and just like not all alcohol is the same. We have all said nobody until you're 21, that's not for you. And just like tobacco and e-cigarettes, we have said until 21, that is not for you, because we want people to make better health choices. And we know there's addictive qualities prior, particularly when your brain's developing. I think that kratom should go into, I don't think the state should be saying you can't use that. I think the amended bill puts us in that space. That we heard testimony in the Senate from people who use natural leaf kratom in treatment of issues, and that it's very helpful for them. And I think creating this structure of just banning it outright puts a chill on the part of the industry we kind of want to protect. And it doesn't do anything about the concentrated, which we're still going to be shipping in from some other place, some other country, and putting right into the spot on the 7-Eleven and the convenience store shelves in place of the synthetic and the semi-synthetic. I mean, it just doesn't do what we're trying to do.
A quick question. If I left here today and went to the gas station
Sure.
and bought some of this stuff, and then let's say we pass this bill next week and the House passed it, the governor signed it, let's say a month from now, would I be a criminal by possessing the kratom that I bought at the gas station today?
I'm not sure if possession is in the new bill. I know that possessing sale of it would be. But if you wanted to go and buy it today, you wouldn't really need to spend a lot of money either. I bought some and brought it to the Senate and was told that we couldn't use props here, so I did not bring it here today. But I had a collection of things that I purchased on the Seacoast and here in Concord, and I spent $80 all told on a series of a candy cone that was full of kratom chocolate. I don't think it was real chocolate, just saying. Gummies in the shape of trolls, and drinks, and concentrated and synthetic. And it was about, $35 here in Concord, and it was a little more expensive on the Seacoast, go figure. And, $80 total. Any 18-year-old could have that collection in their car. It's not expensive, particularly on the first time. It gets to be an expensive habit, but none of the concentrated bits would be illegal. You could still have that.
Thank you.
Representative Scheer.
If concentrated kratom
Yes.
was added to the ban in the bill that's in front of us, the amended bill, would that cure much of the problem, leaving just the natural tea product available and not banned?
Well, then you would have to get into how much concentration.
Well, there'd be a definition a ratio definition. We would add a ratio definition, perhaps that captured in your original bill, so that it would be, we would set a ratio. So would that cure the problem?
Well, you'd be bringing us right back to the original bill, which has the ratios,
But
which were developed by industry and medical professionals. So,
but it would bring it back to the original bill in that sense.
right.
But it wouldn't have in it the regulatory structure.
No, in fact, it would, if you just threw certain milligrams ratios for concentration, you'd also be missing out on statements that were in the original bill that kratom, that we think as a consumer protection, it should say on packaging that kratom is not safe for use while pregnant or breastfeeding. That warnings, as Chairman Roy mentioned, that this could result in dangerous medical interactions because, you know, if you are on a certain painkiller already for a medically diagnosed issue, and then you start adding your own cocktail on top of that, you could be endangering yourself. So, but right now, none of that is on any of the packaging. A recommendation to consult a healthcare professional prior to use, and also a warning that says kratom may be habit forming. That's, kind of the crux of it right there. And that, it be clearly labeled, readable, and in child resistant packaging. I mean, it is a serious enough product that we should treat it with seriousness, and outright banning it in particular forms, that doesn't do what we want to do.
Representative Prue.
So it sounded like you had a really good original bill. Why did it get gutted so bad?
That is an excellent question, Representative Prue, and one that was left unanswered when the floor amendment came in on the Senate floor. Excellent question. It was the whole committee, and it was the whole committee, which included the Senate President, the chair of the Judiciary Committee, the vice chair of the Judiciary Committee, myself, and Senator Reardon. So I would say that it was, a lot of experienced legislators on that committee who worked very hard in collaboration, discussing and trading on ideas and language in the moment to create a committee amendment, and then and bring it to the floor. And when we moved on to the next bill, like, okay, we did our work. And then our work was undone in the 11th hour. So that's an excellent question. But I think there's probably someone behind me who would be willing to answer that.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Senator.
All set? Thank
you.
you very much, Chairman Roy. Thank you, committee. I'm available for other questions. I'll be around.
The chair recognizes Senator Abbas.
Feels good to be back. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Senator Darrell Abbas. I represent District 22, and I'm here to support the what is passed in the Senate on SB 557. First, just reacting to some of the questions, there was a replace all that basically just bans synthetic and semi-synthetic. And to address the issue of when it comes to extracts, the wall that we ran into was we didn't really get any concrete testimony on where to set that extract amount to. The synthetic language covers most of the extracts. Although they did not take an official position, this language I did discuss with the DOJ about, am I missing anything? At least it creates a case that can be prosecuted. But if we were to ban the extracts outright, which I would support, however, the problem with that is there are people taking low dose, like micro doses, for legitimate health reasons, and we would be banning those. But we didn't get any information really on where to set the dose at. and how much it would be where you reach the point where it becomes addictive. So we would have been just kind of guessing on a number. At least that's what was presented to the committee. This stuff is like heroin. You heard it, and it's being sold at a gas station. Literally, when you're paying in a convenience store, it's right here at the checkout counter. That's where it is, and the majority of it's made in foreign countries, and the synthetic form are the really high doses. When it's chemically altered in a way to enhance what it is. I mean, you see that in other over-the-counter drugs as well. But this one, you overdose like heroin. It's addictive just like it, and it's being sold everywhere. And I didn't always notice how many places sold it, but I've been starting to pay attention, and it's alarming. So this addresses the majority of the problem. And is there a time where we can maybe sit down and discuss, should we allow a microdose to be sold? And I'm open for that discussion, but that was not what was presented before the committee, at least for us to do it in an intelligent way. But this is poisoning the people in the state. And get this stuff off the shelves. Does it solve every single problem? It does not, but it does a great job of solving, I think, the majority of the problems. We didn't even know we didn't get any information on, well, if you want to enhance the penalty, if you have a large amount on you. Again, that is not something that has really been agreed upon, I guess, throughout the country. It's not even illegal under federal law at this point. What I do know is in its natural form, it's not harmful. It can still be addicting, but not in the same degree as what's being sold at the stores. And there is an industry that does the leaf form. I know my colleague from District 24 handed out the written testimony of a doctor from Dartmouth. He testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. I would recommend if anyone is interested to go listen to his testimony. If I didn't see him here today, but it really provided a lot of insight on the research side of things. That's why in here there's a research exception, so that can continue to be done. But he did say that it would be unlikely or impractical for anyone to ever overdose on kratom in its leaf form. For the extraction side, again, the majority of the market is extractions that are done through synthetic forms. If you look at the language in those, and they're all science terms, but they all come out of ways of extracting. So it would fall into that. I think what we should do, if this passes, I hope this committee would pass it, but we have to continue to look at this. And if there's changes in the future, but address the most clear and present harm right now, which is another opioid-like substance that's being sold everywhere, causing the same exact problems. It suppresses your respiratory system, resulting in overdoses and death. And the withdrawals are very similar. And there's people that overdose on this. It's very difficult without doing an autopsy to know if it was this or fentanyl. That's how similar they are. So I will say the underlying bill is an improvement to the status quo. There was an amended version that was also an improvement to the status quo. I believe what the Senate passed with the floor amendment is the best version of this. When it went over to the Senate Finance Committee, we did add the research language to this as well. I think the doctor from Dartmouth, I want him to continue to do his work because there's times we're going to revisit this. So I'm open for any questions.
Can you tell me what happened from the point where the Senate, the committee unanimously passed it to this kind of big change? What made you decide to go ahead and change it?
Well, I only can speak for myself. Again, the underlying bill is an improvement in the status quo. That is important. Regardless of which version you support, passing something's better than nothing. Simple as that. Because right now, it's like I said, it's right here at the checkout line. It's not even behind the counter with the cigarettes. So that's where it's at today. There was an amendment proposed, and it was called a committee amendment. If in the Senate, we can change one line, and now it's a committee amendment. But that was an improvement from the underlying bill. It was really clean. It didn't change really much of the structure. It was more of a cleanup to it. So it was an improvement. I thought there could have been more work done on this, and I'm not comfortable with any form of synthetic kratom continuing to be sold, especially when there's no guidance on how much you should take and how likely to be addicted based on your dose, what leads to an overdose. I understand there's a tolerance level similar to that of an opioid, where if you have a higher tolerance, you can take more. And we're not talking about marijuana here, where it's virtually impossible, if not impossible, to overdose on.
Does the bill as written provide, does it make illegal the leaf form? I mean, can you cultivate this in New Hampshire? Or will it even grow here in this climate? Do you know?
Well, with enough effort, you can probably grow anything. Listen, I don't know if you can grow it here. It doesn't make the plant illegal. Again, this was presented as a way to kind of regulate what is otherwise a free market right now. But even at the regulated level, even with the dose that is in any draft of this, there's not a consensus on what that dose should even be. And to be honest, you can make it whatever you make it at. If the pill is the size of a Tic Tac, you can just take 20 of them, and it's going to have the same result. Especially right now with these people that are addicted to this, and they're checking into rehabs, getting treatment. And
Do we have any statistics from of deaths or overdoses in New Hampshire caused by this yet?
I did not look into that. Okay. But it's often going to be confused with, or perhaps mistaken for, an opioid related death.
And as I said earlier, you can't reverse it with a Narcan shot like you can an opioid.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
If you're telling me you can't, that makes it worse than an opioid.
Well, especially if you think that it's an opioid that they're overdosing on, and Narcan won't help.
And people who overdose on an opioid don't know when the Narcan doesn't always work.
Right.
It does its thing, but it's not always effective.
Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Representative Roy. And thank you for your testimony. As I think is pretty apparent, I'm struggling with the leaf versus concentrate versus semi-synthetic and synthetic. I get that this bill bans synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom. And from what I'm hearing you say, and what in relation to what I was asking the senator, you think the majority of concentrates, given the definition of synthetic or semi-synthetic, the majority of concentrates are included in the ban in what we have in front of us?
Listen, from one lawyer to another, I struggled the same way, because I'm looking at this, and let's be clear what we're doing and what we're not doing. I believe, from my interpretation, the majority of the extracts would fall under one of those. Now, not every single one will, but there are extracts that are sold at the microdose level. We need to understand, they say microdose. What is a microdose? Yeah. To ban something that someone's selling, when I say the responsible way, someone who they're confident using it for a therapeutic purpose, not at a convenience store at the front cash register. I mean, they're dealing with customers who go there for a specific treatment. But if you add extract to that, I'll still support it. But I'm looking at the idea of, how do we thread that needle? And unless I was confident in how we were doing it, I wasn't comfortable putting the exact language in there.
Follow up. Who would we go to? From whom would we get any valuable information about what ratio is I hesitate to use this word, but what ratio is a safe microdose? Is there the guy up at Dartmouth? Or is there just nobody knows yet?
The problem is I got different answers. So when I say there's not a consensus, to me, there's a disagreement on that. And I think whatever decision or choice I made, I think, or this body makes, or this committee makes, it's a difficult task. But I'm not opposed to adding the word extract to it. It's just, there's people here from the industry, I'm sure, would testify in much more depth on how the therapeutic form is used, and keep that in mind with whatever changes you consider.
Thank you.
regardless if you call it a microdose or you could sell it and say, well, it's a microdose. Well, if I buy 10 of them, I've now got a macro. I mean, you can't control what the person uses once you sell it. So if you try to regulate it based on, you can only sell microdose versions. Is that correct? I mean, you'd end up with, they just buy more.
Realistically, I think we're all adults here. We probably all swallow an entire large bottle of Tylenol or Advil if we wanted to.
Yeah.
So you're right.
Yeah. Okay.
So again, I'm not against adding extract, but again,
Yeah,
just
but at what level? Representative Muse.
Thank you for taking my question. So as I understand the bill, the way that it stands now, synthetic kratom would become a Schedule II drug, and people possessing and selling it would be subject to all of the same penalties that possession of a Schedule II drug entails, correct?
that's my understanding. And Schedule 2 was picked because it's similar to that of an opioid. I understand it's not regulated at the federal level like one, but it does everything that an opioid would do in every meaningful way. I mean, understand an opioid is also from a plant. I mean, to me, whether it's a 1, 2, I mean, getting it off the shelf is really my primarily concern. I mean, literally, if you once you start paying attention, and I would ask all of you to walk around, go to convenience stores, and you'll see it.
So one of the big differences between this and another Schedule II drug, which is fentanyl, is we actually have a tally publicly accessible of all the people who die and overdose from fentanyl in the state of New Hampshire. And you just said we don't have anything like that for this drug. So my question to you is, rather than going straight to something with all the implications of the severity of these criminal penalties, does it maybe make more sense to go through the type of strict regulatory framework that the original bill suggested, or the bill that was actually amended in the Senate before it was amended on the floor?
No, it does not, because this like a heroin can kill you, and you can overdose on it. And there's certain drugs that you can take that you can overdose on, despite what your attempts to. LSD, for example, there's no documented cases of any overdoses on a drug like that. This, if you overdose on it, your respiratory system gets suppressed, and you basically suffocate yourself. You don't feel it because of the effects of the drug. All right. There's also the withdrawals are just, there's vomiting on top of it. It's a rough treatment. And as the chair pointed out, not all ways of dealing with the opioid crisis are available to deal with this. So this is arguably worse than fentanyl or heroin, because we don't have, Narcan's not going to work.
Thank you.
So this drug has the same as an opioid, except that Narcan doesn't work on it. Is that correct?
I'm relying on what the chair said. I'm not clear that it does. I mean, that particularly, I mean, again, but even if Narcan does work on it, that should not influence that's not going to influence how I would support this policy.
Well, I see it from the EMS perspective that if Narcan doesn't work, people are going to die more than they are on opioids because they won't be able to take care of themselves.
Agreed 100%. If Narcan doesn't work, this is worse than fentanyl.
Yep.
If it does work, it is equally as bad as fentanyl.
Exactly. Thank you.
Representative Lassell.
Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Now, the drug comes in the form of pills. It also comes in the form of energy drinks. Do you know if this has made it into the vape world to this point?
I have not seen one. There was plenty of products brought into the committee room. I never mind a good prop, just to give a visualization. But my understanding is that it can be vaped.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman? The other question that I have, we mentioned that people are dying from this. If somebody came into an emergency room and they're showing symptoms of opioid addiction, whatever, but they're not under the effect of heroin, they're on this kratom, is there a blood test that'll prove that?
So let me preface my response by saying I'm not a doctor, or I don't have any medical training, but when it comes to evaluating if someone is, overdosing, normally what is looked at is what are their oxygen levels at, especially if the person doesn't have any known respiratory condition. Usually if it starts dropping below 95%, 94%, and if you're overdosing, it's going to continue to drop. And normally, before they even test you for the opioid, they'll administer Narcan as anything, just as a precaution. If you react to the Narcan, the Narcan wouldn't do anything to you. You would, excuse me, have no reaction to it if you weren't on an opioid. So if the Narcan were to impact this, they're not going to do a drug test, because I've never seen one, and I've dealt with a lot of, in my professional capacity, of people and looking through medical records involving drug use and substance abuse. So they don't normally just test you for it. They either rely on sometimes the patient will tell them they're an addict, and they're not going to just do a blood test to find out. If the person's able to talk is sometimes the problem. People, and I'm sure Representative Prue has encountered people who are unable to speak or react to or answer any questions. Sometimes they have it, whatever, on them, but that's a difficult situation. Thank you.
Chair calls Representative Stringham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jerry Stringham. I represent Lincoln and Woodstock in the North Country. This is a serious enough problem that I felt it was worth coming down here today just to talk about this. Kratom is a serious problem in the North Country, perhaps more serious than opioids and nicotine are for my constituents. Careers are being lost, health compromised, and lives endangered by the misuse of this substance. That often the users view as being a natural product and something safe to consume. I'm dealing with multiple constituents whose lives are somewhat in shambles, including a family who's 3 weeks from homelessness, from intense kratom use, which led to high absenteeism, lost work, and poverty. I agree that our constituents are drawn to these products at stores like vape shops. The vape shop is probably the biggest seller of this product, with a big sign right up in our community, but it's also available at gas stations and other convenience stores, and is widely misunderstood that this is just an herb. But some are spending upwards of, reportedly to me, at close to $100 a day, despite having the financial means. It seems like that would be ridiculous. So I'm asking for you to support legislation that bans sales of these products for anybody under the age of 21, the most intense versions of these in synthetic and concentrated form, and that they not be available in any convenience stores, vape shops, gas stations, and the like. There's no public benefit for these types of products. Those who use it properly in an herb form would be able to get them from different places. So, and I would just like to say my own experiences, while, some find that they're provide uplifting and are able to get more done, when they begin using it more intensely, they suffer from extreme sedative effects from it, and that's when you start seeing some of the more major consequences. So you're the ones with the expertise in this. I like the questions. I don't mean to stray into area of your expertise, but I want you to understand for the people I represent how important this is, and thank you for all your time to address this issue.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, at this point, as members of the public come up to testify, keep in mind we're doing a 2-minute limit per testimony. We have over 20 people, and we're going to be here just with that for over an hour. So Please don't testify to something you heard someone else say. Keep it to your own ideas that you want us to hear. And with that, I would call Daniel Pita.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Daniel Pitta. My wife, Sarah, and I started a natural leaf kratom company back in 2015. I want to begin by thanking the Senate sponsors of this bill as it sits here today for making the distinction between natural leaf and synthetic, semi-synthetic products. There's a lot of legislatures around the country that are looking at this right now, and there's a good deal of them that aren't making that distinction. They're throwing, the baby out with the bathwater. So I do appreciate that. I want to address what I believe actually caused the problems that this bill is designed to solve, because it's not the alkaloids themselves. It's the companies that manufactured ultra-concentrated products and labeled them as kratom, which up until 2023, roughly, was just a natural product that comes mostly from Southeast Asia. Indonesia is where, most of it comes from. The deceptive marketing that was being used and is still being used is already illegal under the FTC Act and the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. So supplements aren't regulated by the FDA, but they do have regulations that say that you can't call it something it's not, which is what has been happening with this product, synthetic kratom being labeled as kratom. I have two specific concerns with the language in this bill. First is the possession provision. Under current New Hampshire law, unauthorized possession of a Schedule II substance is a Class B felony carrying up to 7 years in prison. The people in New Hampshire who currently possess these products are overwhelmingly just consumers who were misled by the deceptive marketing. Many of them bought what they believed was kratom because that's how it was labeled. And combined with the immediate effective date and no grace period, these consumers would become felons overnight for possessing a product that they purchased legally and in good faith. We would respectfully ask the committee to consider limiting criminal penalties to manufacturing, distribution, and sale, and treating consumer possession through some kind of a grace period or a civil framework during a transition period. The second one is a technical concern with the definitions. The bill lists fermentation as a biosynthetic means of creating synthetic kratom. However, there is traditional preparations of natural leaf kratom that are fermented. There's one particular strain called Bintwanji, and they take the whole leaves, they put them in a bag, they let them sit, and the moisture and natural microbes, whatever, slightly alter the chemical profile, the alkaloid profile within the leaf. And then the leaves are dried and sold as they are. They've been doing it this way for hundreds of years. This product isn't really measurably any stronger than any other natural kratom leaf product. So I would just ask potentially that a clarifying amendment would exempt natural leaf products that are treated with fermentation through this traditional means.
As that's your time, I just want to ask you though, did you see the version that came out of the committee in the Senate originally with the First Amendment?
I didn't read it, but from what I understand, I think that I would support that bill. I do agree with a framework for regulating all of the products responsibly.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And the chair calls Sarah Pitta.
Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Sarah Pitta, and I do support this bill. My husband, Dan, and I run a natural leaf kratom company. We've owned it since 2015. We have thousands of loyal customers across the country. It's not just our business, it's our family's life. I'm here because I want you to hear the other side of the counter. Our customers are real people. They're parents, veterans, nurses, retirees, and people who found natural kratom that changed their quality of life. We hear their stories every day. We know what this plant means to them. and we want to thank the sponsors of this bill for protecting their access to it. The distinction between natural leaf and synthetic products that SB 557 makes is something we've been advocating for, and it means the world to us and to our customers that New Hampshire got this right. But I also need to tell you what else we've seen. We watched some of our longtime customers get drawn into concentrated synthetic products that were marketed as Kratom. They didn't know the difference. They saw a product on a shelf that said Kratom, and they trusted that label. These are not people who are trying to get high. They're people who are already using natural Kratom, and they thought it was the same thing. They were wrong, but it wasn't their fault. The companies that put those products on the shelves are deceptive, and those are the people that are responsible for this and for harm. My concern is that under this bill as written, some of those same people, the ones who were already misled, may become criminals possessing a product that they don't fully understand. We fully support SB 557. We just ask the committee to consider whether the possession provision might treat consumers differently than the manufacturers and distributors. And they are two very different groups, and people deserve different treatment under the law.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. The chair calls Lynn Perkins. Before you sit, could the people who are standing in front of the door, could you grab seats, please? We can't be blocking the doorway. Lynn Perkins. Right. Lynn Perkins?
Yes. Chair, I think there might be a mistake. I'm here for 625. And I may have written the wrong thing there, but sorry. Freed up 2 minutes.
Carol Perkins, does the same apply? Oh, obviously. Renee King.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Renee King. I am a board certified family nurse practitioner. I am the director of nursing at an inpatient detox here in New Hampshire. We are seeing a growing number of patients in the past year who are physically addicted to, I'm going to use Kratom. My patients do not know what they are taking. They do not know if it's 7-OH. They do not know necessarily the concentration or if it's a semi-synthetic. I would like to answer some of the questions that have come up over these past hour. Narcan will work for this drug. It will not work. The lasting effects of Kratom could outlast the effect of Narcan, so you might need to do multiple doses. The problem with Kratom is that like most drugs here in New Hampshire, my patients aren't picky. They're not just going to have Kratom. They're going to take your Xanax and have an 8%, tall boy. So when you come into the emergency room, yes, we can test for Kratom. I have over 200 substances that I do test for. The problem is I don't get those results for about 5 days. So I test based on symptoms. So if you are coming in with respiratory depression, as you will with Kratom, then yes, I will Narcan you and provide CPR. And then in 5 days, I'll know if it's Kratom or 7-OH or fentanyl. New Hampshire does not have an opioid crisis. We have a substance use crisis. The fentanyl even that we have right now is mixed with all sorts of substances. And even patients who think that they are taking just Kratom concentrations because they are not regulated. When I get those results back in 5 days, it is 7-OH. There is no regulation. So these products are becoming stronger. They are becoming more addicting. I have lots to say, and only 2 minutes, and I'm over.
If you have information you'd like to provide the committee, you can send it to us in email form, and we'd be happy to review it. Yeah, due to your expertise and experience, we'll give you 2 more minutes, and plus 2 other people backed out, so you get that.
Yay! The reason I get 4 more minutes. The reason there is no dose that you can microdose to is because it is not recommended on a medical basis. The FDA has no medical recommendation for it. So I cannot tell you 15 milligrams will be safe and 60 is not, because the FDA has zero recommendations for kratom. To answer, I think you have answered that question of the concentrate versus the semi-synthetic, whatnot. I like to look at the poppy seed, right? Nobody is storming the poppy fields, but the more you extrapolate, the more you manipulate that poppy, you get morphine. That is dangerous. The more that you take the cocoa plant and you manipulate it, then you get cocaine. Well, if you manipulate that a little bit more, then you have freebase, and that is more dangerous, right? So the more you take something and manipulate it, the worse it's going to be. However, we still ban the cocoa plant, right? That's still a Schedule II. So yes, I understand there is therapeutic and people are using it to self-medicate. The FDA does not recognize it. So those were just to answer your questions that I have several patients on any given day who are detoxing from kratom, including a patient last week who is prescribed oxycodone. He does not take the oxycodone when he takes kratom because it does not work. He saves that and he uses the kratom because it is stronger. I recently treated a 19-year-old who is an intravenous fentanyl user. She first used kratom at the age of 14 because she bought it legally. She thought it was a safe natural substance that her and her friends were using. She quickly became addicted. She quickly needed to increase her dose. And now at the age of 19, she has a very severe fentanyl use disorder. She has not been able to maintain sobriety.
Okay, that's another two. You're good. Thank you.
Happy for questions.
Any questions for? Seeing none, thank you. If you have anything to email us, we'd really be happy to hear it.
Thank you.
And the address for the committee is on the website.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The chair calls Sean Canizaro.
Good morning, everyone. Actually, good afternoon, everyone. My name's Sean Canizaro. I'm the owner of Hope to Freedom Recovery Homes in Claremont. And would a prayer card from my friend Paulie's funeral service be considered a prop? If so, I'll leave it in my pocket. I want to talk about my friend Paulie like I did before, but last time I brought his box of ashes. I actually forgot them, but it's a good thing because we can't use props here. So I'm just going to use real life experience. I've been battling with substance use disorder my entire life, in and out of prison, and so on and so forth. I finally straighten out. I end up in a recovery house in Littleton, where right down the street from this recovery house is a huge flag, bigger than the American flag behind you guys, that says Kratom for sale here. All of the people that are battling with substance use disorder are sneaking to this shop, buying Kratom and getting high on it. We see people nodding out. I'm the manager of this recovery house eventually, and we're testing, and we can't find anything. Everyone's passing these urinalysis testing, and we couldn't do anything. Long story short, I move out of there. I open 4 of my own recovery houses, and I have to spend money on test strips to test for kratom. The person I want to talk about, this guy named Paul, he came from New York, went to Vermont to a treatment center, stayed with us in the recovery home for 18 months, changed his entire life around, moved out, got his own apartment, relapsed on fentanyl. We get him back into treatment. We bring him back to Hope to Freedom Recovery Homes. Again, 18 months later, he moves out to his own apartment. Within 3 weeks, he was dead of a fentanyl overdose. Come to find out, he was buying kratom right down the street from the recovery house that I own. And I found hundreds and hundreds of these packages labeled kratom. Labeled, you know, and he was doing them, sad to say, in my recovery house. And I wasn't testing for it back then because I didn't know. You know, I didn't think anybody was using kratom. even though there's big signs in Claremont, New Hampshire that says Kratom for sale here, I did go after the last session I testified, and I went to the stores and the vape shops in Claremont, and they have 10-pound bags that say Kratom right on it. And I had asked the woman behind the counter, hey, my back is hurting from an accident 20 years ago. Will this help me? And she had no clue what I was talking about. She said, yeah, that'll help you. $19.99. Long story short, my friend Paul is dead because he decided to do fentanyl, but it was because the Kratom wasn't working enough. So thank you for the lady that spoke about working in the detox. I'm in recovery myself. I see the effects of Kratom. This guy, Paulie, is dead right now in my office, a box of ashes. His family keeps calling me to try to get answers, and the only thing I have to tell him is he started abusing Kratom in my house, and that was on me. I should have tested. Now, financially, I have to spend more money. I take more money out of my kids' mouths to test for Kratom. It's a domino effect. I'm pretty sure my time is up, so thank you for letting me share my story about my friend Paul. I'll take questions if anybody has anything. Enjoy your day.
Daniel Nelson.
Would it be okay if I took 3 minutes, or are you strictly limiting it to 2?
Just
I'll go
let's see
quick.
where we
All
go.
right. Good morning. My name is Dan, and I live here in New Hampshire. I stand here representing myself and the Kratom community in New Hampshire. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not affiliated with any groups, and I receive no funding. Before discovering whole leaf kratom powder, I dealt with a host of debilitating health issues. In 2018, I was diagnosed with neuroborreliosis, an infection that affects the brain and nervous system caused by Lyme disease. I suffered from debilitating symptoms that upended my life for over 10 years. Before whole leaf kratom and other natural herbs came into my life, my daily reality was crippling pain, fatigue, anxiety, depression, insomnia, and digestive distress. My condition became so severe that in 2018, I was hospitalized for over a month and ultimately placed on disability. For several years, I was completely unable to support myself, and while most people never return to work after going on disability, I recently have, in largest part due to kratom's role in helping manage my complex health issues. This has allowed me to contribute to my family and community again. In 2016, I entered recovery from alcohol and prescription medications I had been using to manage my symptoms, including stimulants like Adderall and Ritalin, and benzodiazepines like Xanax and Klonopin. These were legally prescribed but became highly detrimental to me. I'm extremely familiar with sobriety and what it means to be sober versus not. And with a background in addiction, I'm acutely aware of when something is destructive and when something plays a medicinal role in my life. No other substance has ever been more helpful in my 15 years of treatment than natural kratom leaf. My wife owns a small family business here in New Hampshire. She is a manufacturer, and she provides whole leaf natural kratom products to the people in our community. And despite the fact that I'm disabled, due to kratom, I've been able to return to work part-time for her business. Being in this industry has given me a unique perspective and front row view of the power and healing potential of this amazing plant, but it's also given me a front row view to the potential downsides and negatives that come when we as humans meddle with nature's designs. I have seen both miraculous examples of healing through the use of natural kratom powder and the potentially destructive force of highly concentrated, isolated kratom compounds. There are many people who won't like what I have to say, but my responsibility is to those in our community who I interact with and truly care about. When it comes to kratom, it's very clear to me that nature got it right in its design of the natural leaf. When using the natural leaf, the potential benefits far outweigh the potential negatives. As you move into extracted products, the risk versus reward starts to level out, and when it comes to fully synthetic isolates, the risks become greater than the potential rewards, though it's true that many people with severe health complications do find benefit in these compounds. The task then becomes weighing the impact of overall public safety and health. And while there are those who find benefit from products like 7-OH, the overall impact, especially on the undereducated population who might walk into a smoke shop or gas station and try these products, does not warrant them being on the shelves for the general public. I hear testimony every single day from people with cancer, chronic pain, debilitating anxiety, insomnia, and a host of other issues that heavily impact their lives. The consensus is very clear. Natural kratom leaf overwhelmingly benefits their lives with very minimal negatives, far less than conventional pharmaceuticals. I also hear testimony on a weekly basis from people who didn't understand what they were getting into with concentrated products and are looking for a way out, and whose lives are becoming or have become unmanageable due to these synthetic products. I do not hear these complaints almost, if ever, from natural leaf kratom. SB 557 has gotten it right in that we need to differentiate between the highly concentrated, isolated products that have a potentially negative impact overall and leave the plain leaf natural products for consenting adults to use if they so choose. This is a middle ground that takes public safety and well-being serious and also protects freedom of choice and personal liberty. If I lost access to whole leaf kratom powder, it would massively impact my ability to be the father and community member that I am today. It would mean returning to a life of pain, instability, and suffering, taking away the single most effective tool I have to manage my physical and mental health. And I'd also just like to mention, my wife and I worked with the senator who brought the original bill up, and I was shocked and disappointed that it got thrown out. I thought that there was some good things in that, and while I don't agree with everything, and I think there should be some amendments, I think it was a good framework to start from to allow people access who really need it and who are in chronic pain, but also limit the things that are really damaging people and could potentially hurt our community. But just one last thing, the senator mentioned that there's no labeling, there's no, and that's just not true. It's false. Most kratom products, the kratom industry, because it hasn't been regulated and wants to be regulated, they started regulating themselves. For instance, all products my wife sells are fully lab tested. She would never put a product on her website or on the shelf if it hadn't gone through heavy metals, biological contaminants, alkaloids. And on all the packages that she and most kratom companies sell, there's warnings about breastfeeding. There's specific warnings that this product could be addictive or this product could harm your health. There are a lot of bad actors in the industry, but there's also a lot of really good people I live with Lyme disease. My wife has endometriosis, and without this plant, we could not be the parents and partners and people that we are today. But I'm also fully in support of getting the products that are more negative off the shelves. And I'm open to any questions too.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions. Chair calls Kate Frey.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. In my role and the role of New Futures, we work extensively with policymakers, stakeholders, and prevention partners to prevent and reduce alcohol and drug problems in our state. We are in support of SB 557. After years of work to restrict sale of addictive products to minors, industries who sell addictive products have found workarounds and continue to market these type of drugs to youth and vulnerable populations. They rebrand, reformulate, and exploit technical definitions in state laws. Industries have used definitional loopholes, unregulated products, deceptive marketing, regulatory gaps. There are about 4 or 5 different bills that the House is hearing right now, the House and Senate, that are related. We have a bill, nitrous oxide, trying to address that issue, as well as intoxicating hemp. And this is one more. You have heard the addictive properties. You have heard the concerns from a health point of view. I am going to leave with you today some pictures of products being sold in gas stations, and also information about not only kratom, but the other addictive products that are targeting our youth and vulnerable populations. There was a question about overdose deaths in New Hampshire, and they've ranged, but in 2021 and 2023, there was 11 deaths from kratom. I will say that I agree with many of the people that spoke earlier about not having possession penalties for folks that have possessed that or bought the product. We are concerned about those who are selling that in these type of industries that are targeting people with products like this. So I will hand in my written testimony and these documents.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls John Cleveland.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today in opposition to SB 557. Here today from Boston and on behalf of Holistic Alternative Recovery Trust. We're a nonprofit, national nonprofit advocacy group dedicated to ensuring continued access to kratom and its alkaloid derivatives. We support sensible regulation for all kratom products. We believe, obviously, such regulation should endeavor to balance the ideals of protecting children and consumers, while also preserving access for the tens of thousands of New Hampshire residents who rely on these products to manage pain, overcome addiction, and reclaim their health. I know a lot of y'all are still catching up. A year ago, I knew nothing about this. There are 4 pharmacologically grounded classifications for kratom products, okay? There are whole leaf kratom products, which is powder, capsules, natural leaf, full spectrum kratom extracts. There are kratom alkaloid products, including isolates like metragenine and 7-hydroxymetragenine. And there are blended kratom products that combine kratom with other bioactive or psychoactive ingredients. An example of that, like kava, an example of that would be the fuel-free drinks. They referenced the little blue bottles earlier. That's what they were talking about. So there's 4. No category is risk-free. Physical dependence and withdrawal symptoms can occur across all categories, particularly with high doses, frequent use, or riskier routes of administration. Importantly, though, no categories are associated with death when consumed in isolation. To the extent there are deaths associated, they are almost always the result of polydrug combinations, pre-existing conditions, and that includes 7-OH. More than 1 million Americans have consumed 2 billion servings of 7-OH. Yet, according to the FDA, you're asking for statistics, according to the FDA's own database, the Federal Adverse Event Reporting System, there have only been 89 associated adverse events, many as minor as nausea and dizziness. That's 89 out of adverse events out of 2 billion servings, or 1 out of every 17 million. You've got a better chance of dying in a plane crash than from dying from consuming 7-OH, and there is a pharmacological reason for that. 7-OH binds with high affinity, but it's a partial mu-opioid agonist, meaning it only partially activates the receptor in the brain, exhibiting extremely low intrinsic efficacy. This results in a ceiling effect on opioid-like outcomes and significantly reduces beta-arrestin recruitment. That's the signaling pathway associated with respiratory depression. It is basically impossible, in fact, to overdose from 7-OH. And I've gotten all this information from the one scientist who's done clinical research on 7-OH, who's Kirsten Smith at Johns Hopkins University, started out as a critic of 7-OH and has reversed her position entirely. That brings me to this bill. If its intent is to take 7-OH products off the shelves, I understand that, but I think you should consider the implications. We did a survey of 1,000 consumers of 7-OH. More than 70% of them use 7-OH products for pain relief. More than 20% of them use it for harm reduction purposes to get off harder substances. So banning won't eliminate demand. People will just go back to the streets. There was recently an emergency ban in Florida. The Attorney General has the power to emergency ban substances in Florida. In the following 2 weeks, overdose deaths went up 300%. People just went back to the streets, right? So they are now allowing for that ban to expire, by the way. But there's questions about what this bill will actually do in practice. I just want to quickly, I know I'm running low on time.
You're over.
I'm sorry. The definition of synthetics here. So on the one hand, the first part of this definition essentially says that naturally derived 7-OH is fine, that manufacturers can use unlimited heat, UV exposure, or oxidative conditions to drive the conversion of metragenine into 7-hydroxymetragenine, and it wouldn't be against the law, right? And by the way, that's not actually hard to do. Manufacturers use a chemical conversion process because it's easier, but they can do natural 7-OH extraction. So banning synthetics, because we don't like that word, is not an end in and of itself, right? The second part of the definition, number 2 here, would theoretically ban all kratom leaf and extracts because the act of drying the leaf or leaving it open to oxygen sunlight is a process within which structural change to the alkaloids is conferred and metragenine chemically alters into 7-OH. So basically, if you leave a bag of kratom in a store window in the sunlight, it will oxidize into 7-OH, which is naturally. That's what happens. I mean, there's only a couple ways to create 7-OH. One is oxidation. The other is the metabolic process. When you ingest kratom, your body converts metragenine and kratom into 7-OH at a rate of 24%, right? So I'll stop there. There's an answer to this. It's regulation. We'd be okay with removing all kratom products from all ages, brick and mortars like gas stations, and confining them to 21 and up establishments, and be happy to work with you to create a more sustainable regulatory framework, but this is not it.
Thank you. What? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you came up from Massachusetts today to attend this hearing?
I came up from Boston. Yes.
Boston, okay. How are the laws in Massachusetts similar to what is being discussed today?
There are a number of proposals in Massachusetts. I think there's about 5 in different committees. Some would ban all kratom, some would ban 7-OH. The Boston City Council is considering various proposals. Nothing's happened yet. it's the status quo there is the same as here. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chair calls Walker Graham. Gallman, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Walker Gallman, and I'm the Legislative Director for the Global Kratom Coalition. We are an organization seeking to maintain access to natural kratom leaf products while ridding the market of adulterated and concentrated synthetic isolated products. Today, I'm providing testimony in support of SB 557, which would prohibit synthetic and semi-synthetic derivative products that masquerade as kratom. This legislation is aligned with a recommendation made on July 29, 2025 by FDA and HHS to have the DEA schedule concentrated synthetic 7-OH products as a Schedule I substance while explicitly preserving access to natural kratom leaf. The words of FDA Commissioner Marty Makary, there is a night and day difference between natural kratom and the concentrated isolated synthetics. The approach in SB 557 mirrors what the federal government is seeking to do and provides a balanced solution that safeguards consumer safety by removing truly dangerous products while allowing responsible adults to continue accessing safe natural kratom products. As the science on natural kratom has advanced, it's become overwhelmingly clear consumers should not be prevented from accessing this natural botanical. There have been 18 clinical studies conducted on kratom in addition to hundreds of non-clinical studies. Of particular note is FDA's own clinical study, which confirmed natural leaf kratom is well tolerated in humans, even at large doses. The FDA, DEA, and World Health Organization have all reviewed natural kratom and have concurred that natural kratom leaf does not meet any of the 8 factors required for scheduling a substance. What's important here, and there's been a lot of confusion about it, is that there is a clear distinction between natural kratom and synthetic. When you look at kratom, it was described earlier as an opioid-like substance. That's not entirely true. Kratom is a partial opioid agonist, whereas 7-OH, the synthetics, are pure opioids that are 13 times more potent than morphine. Kratom only partially binds to the mu-opioid receptor and also binds to several other receptors. On top of that, when you look at the leaf, there are about 50 alkaloids that make up the leaf that all work together in harmony to provide the effects of the plant. And those effects are further mitigated by the other parts of the leaf, such as the fiber and the antioxidants that mitigate the active effects of those alkaloids. So I think SB 557 does a good job of drawing that distinction and going after the clear culprit here, which are these concentrated synthetics and semi-synthetic products. When you go into stores, oftentimes you'll see these products, they'll say things like enhanced kratom alkaloids or kratom derived, and lead customers to believe that what they're buying is in fact kratom, when what it is something entirely different. When we've run products and pulled products off the shelves that are concentrated 7-OH products, it'll come back with test results showing 8 chemicals that we can't even identify in nature. So again, what's very important here is that this bill gets it right. It understands that natural kratom is far different than synthetic. Now, natural kratom isn't without its risks. It's part of the coffee family, and it has the same kind of addictive qualities as caffeine, the same withdrawal symptoms, not anything like you would see in a traditional opioid like oxycodone or something of that nature. So again, the object here of what the bill should do and what this legislature should seek to do is maintain access to these natural kratom leaf products while ridding the market of adulterated and highly concentrated synthetic products. There are many people who rely on these for a variety of reasons. They've been used in the United States for 50 years now. They were brought back from soldiers returning from the Vietnam War who had used the product in country.
Mr. Gallum, yeah. I thought you were your last sentence and trying to let you finish up, but are you through with your testimony?
If I could have 10 seconds, I'll be done.
I will give you 5.
Perfect.
Because I already gave you like an extra minute.
As I said, they've been here for over 50 years. You're only just now hearing about this problem in recent years, and that's because of the introduction of these concentrated synthetics. For the 50 years, it's been natural leaf, and there were no problems. Now there are problems. Those are synthetics. Thank you.
Thank you. Nobody had any questions? Okay. Who else we got? Thank you for your testimony. Is there a gentleman here named Colin? I will allow you to tell us how to pronounce your name, please.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Colin Zubarik. I am a public policy advisor for the American Kratom Association. We are a consumer advocacy organization not associated with vendors or manufacturers, a consumer advocacy group. I'm here today in support of SB 557. Natural kratom leaf products are safely used across the country, including here in New Hampshire. synthetic and semi-synthetic products, which are often mislabeled as kratom, as you've heard today, creates a euphoric high, which natural leaf kratom products do not produce. Synthetic and semi-synthetic products have created overdoses, which natural kratom products have not been known to reduce. Just looking at statistics, per the CDC Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report as of March 26th of this year, and the National Poison Data System, in 2015, there were 258 reports in total of natural kratom, of kratom products in general. In 2025, there was over 3,434 reports. Synthetic and semi-synthetic products joined the market in around 2024, late 2023. The differences start with semi-synthetic products joining the market. The FDA, in a July 29th, 2025 announcement, drew a distinct line between synthetic and semi-synthetic kratom products with its intention to schedule such products under the Controlled Substance Act as a Schedule I substance, drawing a line without touching natural kratom leaf products. They mentioned that in their report themselves. Also, a current bill in the House of Representatives, H.R. 8000 and 70H Act, is also targeting such semi-synthetic and synthetic kratom products as well, without touching natural leaf kratom products. There's a good regulatory framework for kratom, and I am glad that the state of New Hampshire and this committee is working towards regulating and getting rid of these bad actors from the state. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody have a question? We good? Representative Newman, did you have a question for me, or did you have a question for the? Okay. Are you?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Are you okay? Are you
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
willing
Sorry
to take
about that.
questions? Okay. Representative Newman.
Yeah, my only question is where can you get just the natural and not the synthetic keratin? Is that available for sale, retail?
Yeah, the natural kratom leaf products are for sale in places similar to, it's in convenience stores, in brick and mortar shops, and these like kava bars you've heard of. You can get the natural kratom products in several of these regular locations as well, which you can also get the concentrated products. The point would be to get rid of the synthetic products because they masquerade and are mislabeled as kratom in general, which misleads consumers that might just be looking for natural kratom products.
Representative Scheer.
Back to the thing that continues to puzzle me. Whenever you said concentrated kratom, you said concentrated synthetic kratom. Are all concentrated kratom products either synthetic or semi-synthetic?
Sorry about that. I am not aware of the science behind it, with the difference between concentrated but the baseline synthetic or semi-synthetic, these altered products, which create an opioid from 7-OH versus just regular mitragynine and the natural process behind it. I'm not able to speak on the wording of concentrated or not. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
We're not mad at you. It's okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Honorable Sue Hamala.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, Sue Hamola, Hollis, New Hampshire, representing Sam, New Hampshire. There's three things on the table that you all are trying to work through right now. The substance, which we all agree something needs to be addressed because this is a growing public health issue. The original bill and the amendment. So with regard to the substance, this is a problem for adults and children alike. I know that this bill discusses in its original form, discusses age 21 and above, making it accessible. But just so you know, people asked about I heard a question about the deaths. According to the Journal of Addiction Medicine in June 2025, there have been 551 cases of confirmed kratom-related deaths. More males died of it, primarily around 35 to 44 years old. So all the information I'm giving you, there's a lot of information I'm not going to cover. It's all in my testimony that I've already uploaded. As far as the original bill goes, the original bill is actually model legislation that is being proposed by the American Kratom Association and pushed out to as many states who will tolerate it and get legislators to sponsor it. In effect, it actually is de facto legalization of kratom, but it also addresses an issue because they recognize that right now kratom is having a PR nightmare. So they have to do something. right? So that's what you get is the original legislation. The reason why that actually is not the way that Sam New Hampshire believes you should go is because right now the FDA is recommending to add 7-OH onto Schedule 1. There's a link for that. That is something that they have already started to look into. As an aside, this past March, 2 weeks ago, New Hampshire Senator Shaheen signed on to a bipartisan letter to the FDA requesting that all elements of the kratom leaf be added to the controlled substances, not just 7-OH. I'm not advocating for that right now because, as you know, it sounds like a very complex discussion. But what I am saying is that how this got from the original language to the amendment is I actually advocated to the Senate chairman that there needed to be amendment because the original bill, as outlined by the Kratom Protection Act by the Kratom Association, quite frankly, turns into de facto legalization and creates a very complex network that states must manage with regard to levels and things like that aren't proven yet. I'd suggested that they go straight with the FDA's effort, which other states have done. By the way, there's plenty of states who already have this, is they've scheduled 1 hydroxy 7-OH. They just put it on the schedule. They left the other, they're not advocating right now to put the whole leaf on the schedule. That is a clean, elegant solution. Senator Altshuler did not want to do that. The Senate chairman didn't have the bandwidth to deal with it. So he just wanted to get something on there. He wasn't happy with the bill as it is, but he just recognizes something had to happen. Senator Abbas, it was kind of a surprise when he put that on the House floor. I didn't know he was going to do that. We had no discussions. But the thing with Senator Abbas's amendment that I'd like you to consider is that it needs to include 7-OH. It needs to include the word 7-OH. And just to make sure that that is clear of what is being scheduled, it should also be on Schedule 1, not Schedule 2. And that's a clean, elegant solution that would address a lot of the gas station heroin issues that we're seeing right now. It's a good starting place that doesn't require a lot of regulatory wading through with the Department of Health and Human Services. And the last thing I will say is people say, well, if there's the amendment says effective immediately, what does that do? Anybody who has a tobacco or liquor license can immediately receive a letter saying you are not allowed to sell these products, or else your licenses are revoked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any? If you please hold.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. I just was looking for a little bit of clarification on which version was the version you preferred.
Thank you. The amendment is preferred.
The floor amendment?
The amendment, the Darrell Abbas amendment, that is the current bill that you all have, the approved amendment. But with changes, with some slight tweaks, and very simple ones at that as well. Thank you.
What did you say that it was modeled after the original bill? I was trying to take notes. I didn't get it.
It was modeled after the Kratom Protection Act, which is being pushed by the American Kratom Association. And in that bill is de facto legalization of kratom for people age 21 and above.
Okay.
But as you can tell, the kratom deaths, one of the reasons why kratom is such an issue is because besides all the other opioid and heroin effects, there's an underlying issue with tachycardia. And so people that don't realize that they have an underlying heart condition, or people that might, this is what is leading to a lot of the issues with kratom-related deaths.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dr. Morell?
I'm Todd Morell. I'm an emergency.
If you could just push the button,
Sorry.
thank you.
Todd Morell. I'm an emergency physician in practice at Dartmouth Hitchcock, as well as at a critical access hospital. I'm here on behalf of myself, New Hampshire Medical Society, the physicians there, as well as the New Hampshire chapter of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm here in support of the bill and for the myriad reasons that have been listed for its addictive potential, for its harmful potential. I do agree with the first senator here that the failure to include concentrates in the amended version is a significant hole in the amended version. everything else has been eloquently stated by many people here. I'm happy to help with any of the science questions that had come up, in particular the question about concentrates. So it would not be necessary to have a synthetic 7-OH or 7-hydroxymetragezine. Sorry, I'm butchering my 7-OH. It would not be necessary for it to be a synthetic in order for it to be concentrated.
I don't know if he was done with his testimony yet. I think he was just answering your question within his testimony.
One other point that I just wanted to bring out in looking at the data on deaths, some of the places where it's going to be difficult to regulate this, there was a question asked earlier as to whether or not this could be tested for. That's true, it can be tested for, but it's not in standard hospital tests. So when we send screens for drugs of abuse, kratom or 7-OH would not be included in that. So at the time of clinical care, at the time of death, that information would probably not be there. When you talk about total reported deaths, there's going to be a hole in the way that the medical system works for that to be included. And then the other reason when you're, just one more science question that had come up, in the concentration piece, at what level is it safe? This is not a drug, it's a food and it's a supplement. So it hasn't gone through FDA testing. It doesn't have industry sponsors. It doesn't have academic medical center sponsors in the same way that a drug would have with thorough testing going into that. So the toxicologists may have numbers for you at which point that it's dangerous, but it's all anecdotal evidence, right? People are using this out in the community, and from that they derive anecdotal evidence as to what's safe and what's not, as opposed to sponsored studies for drugs where different doses are intentionally modeled through a series of scientific models. So the data is not going to be the same as you would get when you're talking about fentanyl, when you're talking about regulated drugs. That's my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions I can help with.
I just have one, and I apologize. I was testifying on another bill next door, coincidentally HHS, and I missed pretty much everything that was said. Could you just give me an example of what is something? So it says about unless it was for research. What kind of research would this? What was it said that this would be used for?
Sorry, what kind of, if there was an exception for research, what research would be done on it?
Yes.
Well, so that's true of many Schedule I drugs, that they're available for research purposes, right? So cannabinoids are Schedule I. There's not a recognized medicinal, from a regulatory perspective, there's not a recognized medicinal use for cannabinoids, but they can be studied in a lab in order to be better understood, both in how they can be used therapeutically as well as how antidotes could be derived for those. It just allows for laboratory use of that drug as opposed to prescribing use of the drug.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. Representative Scheer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful. Have you seen the current bill in front of us, loosely the Abbas bill?
The amended version, the very brief amended version, right?
So I'm still, as is pretty obvious, sorting out concentrates, extracts, semi-synthetic and synthetic. So let me just read it, and I apologize.
It's okay.
The definition of synthetic kratom or semi-synthetic kratom in paragraph 1 says, an alkaloid or alkaloid derivative that has been created by chemical synthesis or biosynthetic means, including fermentation, recombinant techniques, yeast-derived, and enzymatic techniques. Does that language include any concentrates, all concentrates, no concentrates, or you don't know?
Yeah, you're outside of my area of expertise, and I don't want to offer you things that I can't comment on. I don't know the ways, the multiple ways in which it can be concentrated, so I don't know if that language is comprehensive to include all ways that you could concentrate the drug.
And let me read paragraph 2, which is a shorter language.
So you have a follow-up, Representative?
Yes, I do have a follow-up. Thank you.
You were recognized for follow-up.
I'm very appreciative, Madam Chair.
I got you.
Paragraph 2, an alkaloid or alkaloid derivative contained in kratom that has been exposed to chemicals or processes that would confer a structural change in the alkaloids, resulting in material that has been chemically altered. Same question.
Well, right. So that's talking about altering the naturally occurring substances in the kratom leaf, right? That would make it synthetic or semi-synthetic in the process. There are elements in the kratom leaf that are very low doses, but are also the partial mu receptor agonists that you've heard about. So that already exists in the plant. In the plant, they're at very low levels. So you could ultimately get to an intoxication or to an addiction from it, but you would need a lot of the plant. And so there's a natural barrier to getting that much of the abuse potential out of it. When you concentrate it down and when you make it synthetically, you can take that 7-OH piece and get a much higher concentration so that it can fit into a tablet, and it doesn't need to fit into an entire bag of leaves that you would need to go through, right? That's also true for coca leaves. You say that when you go to South America, you can get a tea made from coca tea. There's a small amount of cocaine in that leaf that you extract. So those substances exist in the leaf, but when you go into a lab, you can make the whole thing that substance.
One more follow-up.
One more follow-up.
Is there a natural process for concentrating the substance in the leaf that doesn't involve using chemicals?
Well, sure, right. You take the leaf and you make a tea, and now you have an extract, right? You boil that, and now you have a concentrate. So you can concentrate things.
Okay.
Now, how concentrated you can make them with just boiling, I would defer to someone, to a chemist on that. But the words here become a little tricky in that they don't have strict definitions behind them for at what point has it become a concentrate.
And therein lies the purpose of lawyers.
Right.
Thank you.
God help us all, Representative Scheer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Warnock? Warnock. I think I got that right. Welcome. If you could just push the button. Red actually means go in this committee.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lori Warnock. I am a resident of Hampstead, New Hampshire. I'm also an educator for the Northern New England Poison Center. I am not here to speak in favor or against the legislation, as that is not my role with the Poison Center. My role is simply to provide additional information as to the medical consequences, the data, et cetera. We've had a lot of comments about the distinction of synthetic, and that is one of our concerns, that the legislation be nimble enough to change as new products are introduced. This is similar to the game of whack-a-mole that we played with vapes, when originally, because laws referenced tobacco products, vapes were not covered. Once we changed it to nicotine products, some of the manufacturers turned to synthetic nicotine products, and we had to change the laws again to reflect all types of nicotine products, whether they were naturally occurring or synthetic. That's very similar to what we encounter in this situation. These manufacturers are very good at tweaking just slightly a chemical composition and providing a material that is now legal. We do support the concept of any of the modified leaf products that produce these concentrates, which again are marketed very similarly to vapes, as natural, as healthy, as fruit flavored. So our concern with the marketing strategies around these products is very similar, and their ease of access in convenience stores. regulating this product offers the opportunity to test. So, for example, when the University of Virginia tested 10 of these bottled products that were available within 1 mile of the university, they all contained mitragynine. They all contained 7-hydroxymitragynine. They also all contained DEET, which you probably remember as a very toxic pesticide. And many of them also contained a yohimbine, which is a medication that's often used in erectile dysfunction. I have no idea why that would be part of a marketing strategy, but nonetheless, because we have no ability to regulate these products, we can't test for purity, we can't test for what they actually contain. And so any effort to regulate these, to identify what the actual ingredients are, to label them properly. Many of these do have labels that say not recommended for pregnant women. They also say it evolved from leaf product. And so again, we have that concern. How do we actually identify synthetic versus derived from a natural product? And how do we make that clear? I'll leave that as the other point that I would like to make is when we talk about data, specifically about death data or exposure data, we don't test for kratom, as the doctor referenced. It's not part of a standard drug screen. And often it's not found until on autopsy or days later. So it's very difficult for the Poison Center in particular to identify how big of a problem it is. The evidence that was presented regarding the National Poison Data System that shows a dramatic increase nationally in kratom calls is evidence of a problem, but it's likely just scratching the surface.
Okay.
So the evolution of these products is definitely creating a public health concern.
Thank you for your testimony.
Any questions?
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Very helpful.
What else?
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on Senate Bill 557 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Sorry, you didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 625, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee, for hearing Senate Bill 625. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham, and I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 625. This bill was originally put in to allow families of family members of intentional homicide victims to seek an evidentiary hearing where the Department of Justice does not file charges or if it was a bad investigation. Throughout the hearing and in the Senate, we found out that even though it forms of this had passed in other states, in New Hampshire, it was probably not constitutional. So what I did is I put together a study committee because I have testimony behind me that will come up to testify, but where we came from here or how we got here was I was approached by the sister of Michael Carney. He was murdered by his wife. she had promised to continue. I don't know whether they were separated or not, but they were living in different households. She had promised to continue paying his utility bills while they worked out their issues. Come to find out, the utilities were shut off, and he found out that she had purchased a home in another town, and he went to confront her about continuing paying his utilities. Then he was shot in the back twice. So in speaking with both the AG's office and the Department of Safety, they had admitted that the investigations were highly flawed in how they did the investigation. From the communication, there was communication between Nicole Carney, who was his wife, and a police chief the day of the shooting, before the shooting and right after the shooting. It was also known that the investigators were told not to go down a certain line of questioning. So there were a couple other people that came forward who were in a similar, not quite the same position, but a similar circumstance when we had the hearing in the Senate. So what this bill does, as I said, I made it into a study committee. And so some of the things that we're going to look at as a study committee would be review the relevant laws of the other states. So we have 6 other states that passed similar legislation as evidentiary hearings, and they cover the whole gamut from actually being able to charge people, the citizens could actually charge to just going to the judge for an evidentiary hearing. So we're going to review some of the relevant laws of the other states, determine whether the New Hampshire Constitution would allow for relevant laws of this type in our state, and review the current process for keeping family members of intentional homicide victims updated on the case and determining how to address any gaps in that communication. Because one of the issues we did find that there was a long break between the investigation from the stop at the end of the investigation to when the families were notified, and investigate whether there are any systemic problems with the investigatory process, and if they are found, how do we determine what those problems are and how do we fix it, and then to investigate the feasibility of extending the statute of limitations. For instance, the family you're going to hear from received information on the final investigation shortly before the statute of limitations were up in their case. So they could not do anything. So that's one of the things that we would look at. So I'll try and take any questions. Thank you.
The chair calls Karen Perkins.
Red means go. Thank you, Chairman, and I am Lynn Perkins. I've carried that cross all my life. Chair, admittedly, this was hard legislation for us laymen to follow and see where this was going. And now I understand from Senator Birdsall exactly what the charge here is for this committee, which is to move this forward for further study. What she has spoken of, I did hear remnants of in the testimony in the Senate bill on January 20th. I came here, essentially, this is I would actually reserve the right for my wife to come back up. I am speaking on behalf of her. And the sons of Michael Carney. These boys were left fatherless as teenagers. And the circumstances here are, as you can tell, probably devastating. So I'm speaking on behalf of them. You've all had your packets and distributed, and we've arranged the documents in that packet accordingly to what I'm going to cover here. This is a policy issue within the department, the chief law enforcement agency of the state. And being policy and not being an attorney and not having a lot of experience dealing with these matters, it's hard for us to dictate what should be done. But identifying in the original bill, one of the things that we could appreciate out of this was how information is delivered to the families of the deceased or homicidal victims. Representative, and I will butcher his name or avoid butchering his name, has a constituent dealing with similar circumstances, where the policy of the AG's department to communicate with the family members of deceased victims does not really work too well for peace of mind or due process. And that becomes a focal point of this whole matter. So essentially, I came here prepared to talk about two things. One is to reveal what's in your packet and speak to it, which goes to the improprieties which I believe were intentional to conceal specific information. And the other is to give a backdrop of what the circumstances that were and occurred in this death. So what you have in your first pieces of information there are is the summary of the AG's report in 2017, where they stipulate that this was a justified homicide and under the Castle Doctrine. And the basis for this is that the couple was estranged. Contrary to that is the clip of of the interview of the wife, Nicole Carney. She is the professed killer or shooter in this incident, and she states in her police report that, in fact, they are not separated. That meets the marriage statute in this state. The contradiction on that establish the very question of validity of the findings. Without that narrative, the AG's office has failed to answer why no one has been charged in this homicide. If you take away those documents, that the fact the couple was not estranged, now you have to start to look at the circumstances that Senator Birdsall just touched on, was the fact that Michael Carney was shot once in the back and once in the back of the head from about 14 feet away in a home that he discovered that morning his wife had purchased several months earlier without his knowledge. It is true that she was handling the bills, in fact, for the households. But what's significant here is that when the AG's report comes out, they only release to the media 2 clips of text messages that occur between the couple. They don't release the fact that she days before was saying to him, "We love you." And that morning, "Don't forget, if I can't see you today, I left pulled pork in the refrigerator for you last night." To bring this kind of into some understanding, Nicole Carney is inundated in her cell phone records with bill collectors. The understanding is that she's staying with her mother at night in Troy, New Hampshire, caring for her mother, which is why she is not in the primary lawful domicile, which is in Sullivan. The shooting happens in Stoddard. Michael Carney finds out about this other home because she has not been able to keep up with the bills because she's secretly living in this other home. She's paying for 2 houses because she handles the bills for both households. And he discovers this second home in Stoddard because his internet goes down for non-payment. He takes it upon himself to try and get the payment into Fairpoint, at which point they disclose to him that there's 2 addresses under his account. That is how he finds out about this other home. What starts off as congenial, cohesive marriage, sharing responsibility about their daughter in the morning, evolves into, what is this other house? Where did this come from? Again, he's under the impression that she's staying at her mother's home at night. Throughout the day, communication goes back and forth, and he eventually, about noontime, middle of the day, she inquires with an acquaintance of hers, how do I load this gun and how do I take the safety off? But she never warns her husband, don't come here. I feel threatened. I'm sorry you found out this way. I want a divorce. She never says any of that. And so that starts to bring you to the point of what happened in this investigation and what happened to they're not actually separated. I've undermined the discrepancy, specifically of why this issue is what it is. So bear with me. The second set of documents you have reports that demonstrate that the lead investigator in this matter, Sergeant Scahan with the State Police, has doubts to the findings of the AG himself. He knows there's more evidence, and there is more evidence that has never been investigated in this matter. Sergeant Scahan is accompanied by the Hinsdale Police Chief, providing mutual aid to the State Police because he's a specialist in deciphering in taking information, forensic information, out of phones. And so the State Police have acquired Nicole Carney's phone, and they've downloaded the information. And out of this, they start to find contact information to a Keene Police Chief, Brian Costa. In 2019, excuse me, third set of documents in your packet. My wife presents her concerns to investigators. Now, this has taken some time because you start to see certain behaviors with people, and she starts to realize there's things that aren't adding up. She circles back to the original AG report to read it and review it, and that's what prompts her to start to communicate with investigators. That includes AG Strelzin. He is the assistant in charge overseeing this investigation. In fact, AG Strelzin, we know this by our own investigations, arrives at the scene and he's informed that the scene seems staged and it's not right. On the record, his communication is, well, sometimes people commit murder, but it doesn't mean we can prove it. This to me, and as we review with other police officers, retired officers, that's a point that puts you on alarm to make sure that you get everything that you need in that investigation. In 2019, when my wife communicates with the AG, she informs him, and this is coming up to another document you have in your packet, that other police officers disagreed with the findings of the AG's office. AG Strelzin disagrees with this, but I think you can see by the two documents that that there's the one where my wife emails him and tells him this, and there's the one where he rebuts it. This is where the obstruction starts and why this bill becomes necessary, because it's being pointed out that there's problems with the investigation, and instead there's resistance. That resistance goes on for 4.5 years. My wife, in her communication with Mr. Strelzin, and you should see this in there, her inquiries about, did you investigate certain items, and I believe there's about 14 or 17 items, you don't have them in your packet, that she inquires about. Those are never answered to, but the assistant AG decides to turn her inquiries into a 91A. That starts the stall, and that keeps going for 4.5 years. At some point, if you think about Senate Bill 625, it allows you, if you have that information, to be able to go to a court or a magistrate and ask for their opinion. Essentially, it's a probable cause, or similarly, an indictment process, to have a judge who's familiar with evidence be able to say to the AG, why aren't you doing something with this? This is in my layman's terms, by the way. My wife should have been treated as a witness. She wanted to give information because we were led to believe certain things in the beginning, but as the time went on, she was realizing that there were other circumstances here. But instead of being treated as a witness, she was treated as somebody who was like the press, and she was inquiring and asking for a 91A when all we wanted was due process for her brother, which is a constitutional right. The next document that you'll see in there is you see these documents in there, they are state police reports, and they are covering Sergeant Scahan and his views of this investigation. And they are also covering the viewpoint of a Chief Faulkner out of Hinsdale that was helping with the forensic studies on this. Both of them disagreed with the findings. But the idea is introduced is that a Lieutenant DeRusso, who is in charge of Troop C barracks in Keene, starts to step into this investigation and derail it. He orders the investigators of this not to look into certain facts, not to interview certain family members, and that they would separate investigations surrounding the eventual suicide of Chief Costa. So I think I mention that because I want to make sure that you see the differential, which is that my wife says there's police officers that disagree with the investigation, but Jeffrey Strelzin says, no, there's not. And 4.5 years later, we get the document that in fact says, yes, they did. A follow-up investigation occurs in 2020, which I'll touch on in a few minutes or in a couple of minutes. The next document that you have in there is a copy of a complaint from a trooper, William DeLegge. Mr. DeLegge has allowed us to use his name here, and that trooper has declared himself a whistleblower. That complaint goes to the Colonel Wagner of the New Hampshire State Police and is talking about Lieutenant DeRusso's behavior and his obstruction in this investigation. This again is why 625 becomes so necessary, because at this point, we're not only running into obstacles with the investigators, but we're running into obstacles within the AG's office to not prosecute and not give us an explanation why. The complaint is sent to Colonel Wagner, as you will see, and Colonel Wagner apparently escorts Lieutenant DeRusso into safe retirement almost immediately. And instead of redirecting this investigation, and in our own investigations, police officers who are retired, familiar with the process, have indicated that not only should the investigation into Michael Carney's death been reinvestigated, but an investigation into Lieutenant DeRusso's behavior should have been done. None of that has occurred. The DeLegge complaint, and we have the AG's report on the findings of his complaint, is a criminal complaint for behaviors from Lieutenant DeRusso. But the results of the investigation, the complaint by William DeLegge, is that the final report by the AG's office in this matter is a staged report, that an investigation into Lieutenant DeRusso's behavior never occurs. And if you understand what I'm laying out for you is that there's this shielding and a cover-up of this investigation in order for the AG's office to have properly investigated the complaints about Lieutenant DeRusso, they would have had to delve back into the Carney homicide. Lieutenant DeRusso ends up is a closer acquaintance with Chief Brian Costa. Chief Costa kills himself 1 month after Michael Carney's homicide. Lieutenant DeRusso has 2 noted meetings with Chief Costa. One is provided by the AG's office. The other we find out about in our own investigations. The regional state police will have, in each region, the state police will have a chiefs of police meeting with the local municipal law enforcement. During that meeting, 4 days after Michael Carney's death, Lieutenant DeRusso announces that they have downloaded Nicole Carney's information out of her phone and that they will be going through it to find evidence of any wrongdoing. My layman speak there. Apparently, Chief Costa approaches him during that meeting in the barracks and informs him that they would find his information in that download. The second meeting, and shortly after that, by the way, Chief Costa has his cell phone reset to factory settings and then turns it into the Keene Police Department and gets a new phone. The second meeting is a social meeting of which we have not been provided accurate reports by the AG's office, despite the 91As we filed and the several $1,000s we've spent to get that information, which should have been given to us. I think you all know what the 91A stipulations are. Lieutenant DeRusso and Chief Costa have coffee together on March 7th, and Chief Costa inquires about the status of the investigation. This is provided in the state police investigation documents. 2 days later, Brian Costa takes his own life in his shed, apparently in his backyard. Likely, the violations that he was feeling that he had done in his missteps of recalibrating his own cell phone and turning it in, and perhaps what he felt what might occur off of the text messages that were in Nicole Carney's phone probably are what prompted him to act in the way he did, and it was unfortunate. Just as a side note, there's this butterfly effect that I've heard about, and it is the effect of an action, and it just grows. Chief Costa's son, apparently, and distraught, still trying to find out answers why his father took his own life. His son was shot by Keene police last year. Or perhaps, I guess, just out of being distraught about wanting to know the information. And I think this is fair to say that it rests in the AG's hands because of this. In July 2017, the Senate bill describes delivery of the notice to family when family members are murdered. In July 2017, a state police officer, my wife was contacted, and the state police officer delivered a 26-page document. And this was the notice of the findings of the AG, except that they told her, you have 45 minutes to read this, and then it's going out to the press. And it did. It went out to the news media. We received phone calls at home. And in her grief, she just could review this, and what we were led to believe by other matters in this just left us in a position of not questioning it. It took my wife some time to circle back around to it. I started to mention that there was a reinvestigation in this, and the AG's position at the Senate Bill 625 was that they had reinvestigated this in 2020. But one of the things that we know in our own investigations is that one of the troopers who was now in charge of the reinvestigation in the barracks, Troop C barracks, spoke about how he was in charge of the reinvestigation, and but he was going to quash the information so it would go nowhere. We have this on audio video testimony. So for any of you want to know what really happened that day, and I will zip through this and take any questions if you'd like. On the morning of his death, as I shared with you, Michael Carney discovered about this other home and how he came about to discover this. Midway through the day, Nicole Carney, after he discovers about this other home, does inquire with another friend on how to load and take the safety off the gun. When Michael's body lay at the bottom of the stairs, Nicole Carney took the time to start deleting text messages and contact information to Chief Brian Costa. This is after a 9-second phone call. Sergeant Scahan, in this regard, has stated in his interviews in 2020 that he doesn't know any state police officers who would have had the wherewithal to shoot somebody and then take the time to start deleting messages out of their phone right after. Michael again is shot once in the back and in the back of the head. There are 4 versions of that gun that we know of. We know the ones that Nicole shared with us when we were on fairly good terms and were misled into believing a circumstance that apparently was not the case. And she goes on to talk about, in her interview, about how she discharged 1 round, heard Michael cry out, and then fired again. And her gun jammed while this is a bolt action rifle, while she was putting 1 round in after the other. The AG's report says that she used reasonable force, but not excessive. Let that sink in. This whole thing was misleading intentionally. And when we have asked and challenged the current AG, starting with AG Strelzin, Assistant AG Strelzin, tell us if you're going to prosecute. If not, why not? And we cannot get an answer. And at some point, and when you watch the press conferences with our current AG, we've had 2 cold cases apparently solved last fall, but they're unrefutable. And in one of them, it is the disclosure of the last remains of the child found in Bear Brook State Park. And it makes me sick to watch the AG on stage parading around the same individuals that I'm referring to in this situation, outside of Lieutenant DeRusso, who went on to work at the Swansea Police Department after he left the state police. I think I've covered, certainly out of order, of what I wanted to say. And take any questions, or I'll rest. My wife may want to address the committee. I thought I would be the better speaker, but maybe she would have done so with less emotion. Any questions?
Any questions for the witness?
I hope we've expressed our need to have further study on this and
You have,
implement
and
the law.
my conversations with both of you, I will also contribute and add to the conversations of this committee.
Thank you, Chair, and everybody for your service to the state.
Thank you very much. Chair calls, Ms. Perkins, Karen, would you like to speak?
Karen Perkins. My husband covered a lot of it, but I basically SB 625 in the original form, I liked a lot better. I understand Senator Birdsell says it's unconstitutional, but with just having a study, that gives no family any kind of recourse or a legal process to get answers. You know, we're dealing with this, but we're dealing with silence from the AG. We get nothing from them. Written letters, emails, phone calls. We've had meetings. We get nothing back. We just get silence. So a study, to me, is not doing anything for any family. We don't need a study. We need action. We need something to happen here with this. You know, there's a lot of unanswered questions. We have gotten so many new leads and information in this, and the AG does not want to hear any of it. We have had police officers involved in this, calling us at 10:30 at night, telling us we're right. They have proof of this. They've told me the 91A I have is bogus. It's been cut and pasted, which I know, I've seen it. A lot of it doesn't make sense, but they're sending me 500 pages at a time to sit and look through. It takes time. And then to know that a lot of the pages are repetitive because they're trying to bog it down, and then hear from these police officers, that isn't even the real report. Bill DeLege has information. There is information according to the testimony of Phone Forensic in Hinsdale. There's information on this case on the computers. He has information in his file cabinet locked up. So there is information about this case. This was handled improperly. Regina had mentioned that also. She's talked to the AG. They've admitted it to her. The Department of Safety has. But they do nothing. This is not right. And, you know, while I'm supporting this SB 625, I don't think it should be a study, because a study does nothing for us at this point, unless there's going to be some kind of action followed up with this, that we can do something. Because it's like we're sitting here for 9 years with our hands tied because nobody will do anything. So, I support it. I maybe there'll be changes made to it. I'm hoping, but I guess that's all I have to say right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Thomas Velarde.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Thomas Velarde. I'm the Director of the Division of Public Protection at the New Hampshire Attorney General's Office. Thank you for hearing from me today. I've never met Mr. and Mrs. Perkins, but I've been a prosecutor for many years, and I'm very sorry that you have to come here today and express what you've expressed. As a prosecutor of over almost 30 years, mostly at the county level, one of the most difficult things to do is to express to someone who believes that the system has not done what it was designed to do as a victim and has failed you, to try to explain why you're unable to go forward with a charge. I was not present when this case was being investigated. However, I have had the chance to review substantial portions of it, and in fact had been part of 2 separate meetings with Senator Birdsell as she met with the legislative delegation who was concerned about how this case was investigated. I'm not here to refute what Mr. and Mrs. Perkins have said. What I will say is that from my review of the evidence in this case, this would have been a very complicated situation to litigate. The relationship was far more complicated than what was between the deceased and the Nicole Carney, was far more complicated than what was delivered to you here today. Those sorts of evidentiary issues have been expressed over the years as reasons for why it would not have been sustainable to go forward. And sustainable means Not that there was probable cause, but that there was proof beyond a reasonable doubt that we would be able to overcome not just the facts of the case to prove the elements, but also to refute any justiciable defense. And that has been explained. As was indicated by Mr. Perkins, the case was in fact reopened, meaning that the Attorney General's office at some point was listening to the new evidence that was brought forward and was reconsidering that. There was a particular trooper who has been mentioned. That trooper was re-interviewed in regards to his thoughts about why the case was not properly investigated, and he was confronted with key pieces of evidence in regards to why that opinion might have been expressed. And he indicated that those key pieces of evidence would not have made a difference in the ultimate conclusion. So there is no one who was saying from the state police that this case, this particular case should have, there would have been a difference in the conclusion, sadly. And I'm very sorry for the Perkins family that that's the case. I don't want to dissect the case, that particular case, any further. I do want to comment on the legislation. I appreciate that Senator Birdsell has changed the structure of what the Senate version of this bill was. But unfortunately, the spirit of what is now before you is not really that different. Instead of having court oversight over an executive agency, the legislature would have oversight over an executive agency to determine how to investigate crimes, which is a purely executive function. So the Department of Justice still sees the same constitutional issues with even this reformulated bill. If you look at Roman numeral 3, the current process for keeping family members of homicide victims updated on cases is all determined by the Victims' Bill of Rights. And in my independent review of this case, the Victims' Bill of Rights was in fact followed. It can be very frustrating for families who are waiting for investigations that go for not just months, but sometimes years, because many times there is nothing to report. And that is something, since coming from the county to the state AG's office, I have tried to counsel families on, which is sometimes it doesn't make sense to periodically call you to say nothing is happening, because there can be months and months when there's not something new happening on a case. But it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the legislature to convene a committee to study whether the Victims' Bill of Rights is being, or there's some other way to amplify the Victims' Bill of Rights, because you had the good sense to promulgate the Victims' Bill of Rights, which all prosecutors are supposed to be complying with. Investigating whether there are any systematic problems with the investigatory process. There's a problem there as well, because what would be the materials that this legislative study committee would be using? It would probably be the investigative materials. The problem with that is, let's take a hypothetical, which is the Department of Justice indicates they're not going to go forward with a case, and this study committee exists, and the study committee kicks into action. Well, what if subsequent to the study committee re-examining the case, new evidence does come forward? Just as it did in this particular case that the Perkins were talking to you about. We reopened the case. Would we be able to reopen the case effectively if a study committee was now dissecting that very same discovery? There would probably be some spoliation issues. There would probably be significant issues in regards to criminal discovery. Any defense attorney would probably be very excited about a legislative committee inserting itself into the criminal case at that point, if it was to be reopened. So those are just a couple of the issues that remain with this bill. Again, I mean, absolutely no disrespect to Mr. and Mrs. Perkins. I'm so sorry for their loss. But this one particular case, which there have been meetings about, there has been information delivered about, there has been multiple discussions about, should not be used as a way to completely upend the checks and balances and the different roles of our different sectors of government to reformulate how cases are investigated. So I say that with all due respect to all people here. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, a study committee would be to study whether or not new legislation was necessary. So the study committee itself would have no impact on any investigation itself. They would be looking at the process in general as to whether or not a recommendation should be made for new legislation. That's what the committee would do. So I don't see where there would be any kind of a interference issue or spoliation issue, because they wouldn't be looking at any particular case. They'd just be looking at, in general, whether or not new legislation was necessary. And I would also ask you, while the decision whether or not to prosecute rests solely within the executive branch, the legislative branch clearly has an oversight of authority and ability over the executive branch, does it not? Or the ability, to a certain extent, to ensure that the laws are being followed in the way that we put them forward to be so. I mean, we see our federal government has a much more active oversight ability over the executive branch.
The oversight would be the potential removal of an executive officer, but the actual delving into a particular investigation, respectfully, I would say no.
Barring a new statute, or are you saying constitutionally no, never?
Yes, both. Yes, sir.
What if we were to decide to promulgate a special prosecutor statute in cases where there were clearly some type of a contradiction where, for example, there's a police chief involved and things get, would that be constitutional?
Yes.
Thank you. Representative Scheer.
Two things. What's the statute of limitations for manslaughter? Is there any? Or is that considered a murder charge? The statute, as I read it, says all murder charges, there's no statute of limitations. Clearly, that's true for first degree and second degree murder. With manslaughter, does that fall into that open-ended, no statute of limitations?
I don't believe so, only because it's designated as a Class A felony.
Well, it doesn't say, I just read the manslaughter statute. It doesn't say it's a Class A felony. It says the maximum sentence can be 30 years. So, you know, maybe one of us can do the research to figure out whether that's the case or not.
I'd be happy to do that, Representative Scheer.
Second question in relation to what the chair asked. As I understand the special prosecutor federal statute, which may be disappearing shortly,
Maybe.
Congress says the Attorney General has the power to appoint a special prosecutor, but the legislature can't say you have to in this case. Is that your understanding of the federal statute?
Yes, so my affirmative was that
Right.
it exists.
It gives a safety valve for the Attorney General
Yeah.
to say, to keep sure this is above board, I can appoint a special outside prosecutor.
But it doesn't allow the legislative, even though.
Oh,
it's a
no,
committee.
we
Yeah.
can't prosecute.
Well, no, it doesn't allow them to say to the Attorney General, you must appoint a special
No,
prosecutor.
that's their sovereign
Yeah.
decision whether or not to prosecute any case. Understood. Representative Mears.
Thanks for taking my question. In your opinion, would the legislature have the power to set up something like an independent conviction integrity unit like the one they have in Massachusetts?
Under the New Hampshire Constitution, I don't believe so. There's no precedent for it, and again, it would blur the lines between the branches to such an extent that
Follow up. If that was actually set up as an independent unit within the Department of Justice, would that be constitutional?
within the Department of Justice.
Within the Attorney General's office?
I mean, I suppose so, that you could have almost like a taint review team look at what the first team did. I don't know if it would have the utility representative that you would want it to have from outside viewers.
That's why we do study committees. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. And I open the public hearing on Senate Bill 667 and introduce, what? What are you pointing at?
Oh, I think it changed that.
Okay, we got two people? Oh, who was that, Senator or somebody? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I've heard about him. Senator, I need a card, a pink card when you get a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for hanging in there in this incredibly long morning, now early afternoon. I appreciate it. For the record, I'm State Senator Tim McGue. I represent District 11, Merrimack, Milford, Amherst, and Wilton. And I'm here to talk to you about a little sort of an oversight or misunderstanding of the legislative body, perhaps, when we passed House Bill 59, which was designed to provide some enhanced protections to our emergency medical providers. And that's the specific term used in that bill. It was widely thought that emergency medical providers would also include the emergency medical providers just over the threshold of the ambulance bay or of the ER doorway. It does not. Years ago, I was involved in rechaptering. In fact, I was the prime sponsor of rechaptering all of 151B, the old EMS statutes in Health and Human Services, and moving them into fire standards and training under 153A. Right around that time or shortly after, those definitions, emergency medical providers and healthcare providers, evolved. They've continued to evolve as we have different levels of licensure. And unfortunately, we did not include the folks who take care of the exact same patients just minutes or seconds after they roll out of the ambulance door and into the ER. So across the country, in the 2 hours that we've spent kind of waiting to get to this bill, at least 2 nurses or doctors or aides or lab techs have been assaulted. 16,975 assaults on emergency healthcare workers happen every year. It's actually far more than are reported for EMS workers. So I can tell you that healthcare workers are 5 times more likely to be assaulted. Some of the things that have led to that is the frustration in the healthcare system. I think we've all had to sit and wait. We've all questioned whether we should or shouldn't get given therapy, a treatment, a CT, an MRI, or anything like that. And that's built up frustration, mostly in family members, very often in family members. Patients who have some kind of altered mental status or mental health disorder are protected in this bill, just like this body protected them in the other bill. And that was with the addition of the knowingly provision. There's been discussion about adding purposefully. The feeling of the Senate was knowingly was sufficient, so this bill passed unanimously, just like House Bill 59 did after some careful study. So the continuum of care, of emergency medical care, doesn't end when you roll the stretcher into the ER, and neither should the protective provisions of the colleagues who work so closely together. They work together, train together. Often they become family. I can tell you personally. A nurse that it gets punched by a angry family member or a technician kicked while drawing blood. These things are unacceptable, and it's widely understood by the mental health community who's here today and will probably oppose this bill like they did the other bills, because the thought is that those people don't know what they're doing. Well, that's precisely what the knowingly provision, the mens rea, does in the statute. That's why it was put there. That's why it's in other statutes. So no one who is of an altered mental status would be subject to these enhanced penalties. And there's, of course, judicial discretion as well. So 667, this bill just fixes the gap. It mirrors the same framework that we passed in HB 59, uses the same knowingly standard that this body debated extensively, the Senate debated extensively, and passed unanimously on the Senate side anyhow. So I urge you to look on this favorably. I have plenty of statistics. 91% of emergency physicians have been assaulted in the last year. 72% of ED staff report violence in the last 6 months. I mean, it goes on and on and on. It's shocking. These are the people that are there to save you, to save your loved one, and they recognize and de-escalate whenever possible if there's a condition, but sometimes the frustration just spills over into a violent action. And I suggest that we afford the ER doctors. And by the way, one of the same ER doctors that asked me to sponsor this 30 years ago, you heard me right, 30 years ago, 20, maybe 28 years ago, one of the same doctors, Dr. Wheeler, came and testified in the Senate side. He couldn't make it today. Interestingly enough, when I first proposed this bill, Chairman Welch was the chairman, and I think I was a freshman, maybe a second termer, and I got it wrong. I asked for a different language, didn't know what I was doing, and they rightfully ITL'd it then. That was in about 1998 or 1999. Actually, I have the bill here somewhere, but I've misplaced it. In the same year, I sponsored another bill to provide enhanced protection for police, dogs, and horses. That passed. No problem. I don't even think it had a knowingly provision in it. So we protected the law enforcement animals, but we won't protect the emergency providers inside the hospital who are subject to far more violence. So to me, that just doesn't make sense. These folks deserve that protection. They deserve the respect, the same respect that all the other emergency providers and first responders get. So I hope you'll understand why I brought this bill. I'm happy to take questions. It's essentially exactly the same language from the other bill.
Question? Representative Murray?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning, but do we talk about what happened with the other bill? Where it died?
Oh, 30 years ago?
No, didn't we just have a bill last session?
You did, and it passed. Yeah, it was House Bill 59. It came to the Senate, in the first part of the biennium. I believe it was re-referred as the Senate term in the first year, and then came out unanimously this year. In fact, I made the motion on the floor and gave the floor speech on to pass. And it passed then. And the understanding, even amongst both caucuses, there was discussion, doesn't emergency medical providers already cover the emergency medical providers in the hospital, inside the ER? And the answer is it doesn't. The definition is specific to pre-hospital or outside of the hospital. So that's why we need this bill.
Senator, what about SB 459 from about, I think it was 4 years ago, after, because I remember speaking on the House floor in favor of it, that allowed police to make warrantless arrests on people who assaulted hospital staff.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. I believe that did pass, and it was similar to the the domestic violence statute. This, I think, is a different level of protection. So one of the questions that Chairman Welch asked me in 1998 or 1999, and it was a very valid question. I had a paramedic colleague suggest the bill, and Dr. Wheeler from CMC suggested the bill. Chairman Welch and the committee, the Criminal Justice Committee then said, well, how many of you ever press charges? And the answer was not very many. And that's part of the problem. It happens with such frequency. I mean, I gave you some numbers. It's every couple hours, 16, 17,000 a year. It's crazy. It happens so often that it's virtually become accepted. And I offer that it's not acceptable to assault someone who's there trying to help you out. If you're of altered mental status, that's a different story. But again, we talked about that, and you'll hear from some opposition in the mental health community. I hope they understand the knowingly provision, and that's why it was put in the other bill, and that's why the other bill passed. And that's why it exists elsewhere, too, to protect folks who are just having a crisis and who are not of sound mind.
Representative Sherrod.
And by the way, that could be anything. That could be low blood sugar, stroke, all kinds of things.
Any incapacity.
One of the worst assaults ever perpetrated on me as a paramedic was by a 26 or 27-year-old. We had no idea what was going on with her, but she really beat us up bad, myself and a couple of Nashville police officers on her front lawn. Come to find out, she had a meningitis and was, obviously would be excused from that sort of thing.
Representative Scher.
I have a bit of confusion. The current second-degree assault statute says that recklessly causing serious bodily injury to another, whatever the circumstance, is a Class B felony. So, as I understand what's happening is you're raising, you're changing Class B felony to a Class A felony, effectively, with the addition of the word knowingly. And you're making what would otherwise be a misdemeanor, knowingly causing bodily injury, you're making that a Class B felony, second-degree assault. Am I understanding this correctly?
Thank you, Representative Scher, for your question. You're very astute. You're exactly correct. And that's why we did it for the first responders. And I offer you that the folks 6 feet away deserve the same protection. They're doing the same work, even at higher risk. And then they have the whole family member frustration element to boot.
Follow-up. Having tried many first-degree and second-degree assault cases when I was a practicing lawyer, is your understanding of knowingly that the person has to know by engaging in the conduct that they will produce a result? Is that your understanding of knowingly?
So I won't pretend to be a member of this committee who I'm sure understands these types of things better, nor am I a lawyer or a judge. I do know that the Judiciary Committee and this committee debated that extensively and arrived on knowingly as the appropriate standard. And I support that, as did the Senate unanimously,
and
as do many of my colleagues in the emergency medical services business.
I would offer, I have skepticism as to whether this creates the use of the term knowingly means that people who are in a mental health crisis of some sort or some aggravated mental state of some sort will actually be protected by that word, but that's for executive committee.
Well, thank you for your comments. I didn't hear a question in your last comment, but I do appreciate those comments. I think they're good comments.
If you stay around here a lot, you'll hear a lot.
Oh, yeah.
There was not a question.
Come to the Senate.
Comment, but I snuck it in.
Come to the
chair
Senate.
stopped.
We get it all the time. Or go upstairs. Anyhow.
Yeah.
I fully understand.
I'll jump in this fray. So, now you're confused. So, would you believe that I know myself being covered under the EMS one, and I'm sure my friends in the ER would be the same as me and understand the difference between somebody who's in a crisis as opposed to knowingly reaches out and punches me in the face. One of the last incidents we have, I'm a deputy chief in Epping. One of my guys was bringing this person into the hospital, male. And as soon as he thought my guy was out of the room, he got up on his knees, cornered the nurse in the room, and reached out and grabbed her inappropriately, which my guy reached out and grabbed his arm, and with his other hand, got popped in the nose. So to me, that is knowingly, as opposed to somebody who's in diabetic or some other issue going on that does it. And we know the difference. And we would never press charges on somebody in a crisis, as opposed to somebody who just smiles at you before they punches you. So, would you know?
I do believe, and thank you for your comments. And I think even if you did press charges, they wouldn't stick because of that mens rea part. And I can just tell the committee that Representative Prue and I ran an awful lot of calls together on the streets when you were a firefighter and I was a medic. I am a medic. So we did an awful lot of calls, saw an awful lot of assaults, and we heard loud and clear that these individuals deserve that protection. For every ER nurse, every doctor you talk about, the 91% that report violence, ER docs report violence in the last year alone. That's a shocking figure. It's so much more than any other, 5 times more than any other profession. And it's often just out of frustration for the healthcare system. You know, bills too high, wait times too long. I mean, all kinds of things. Where's the
Dog-seeking
doctor?
behavior. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Chair calls Michelle Wingeren. Is that right? Wangeren?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Michelle Wongren, and I am an attorney at New Hampshire Legal Assistance, but today I'm testifying in my personal capacity and on behalf of my dad, who is a Marine veteran, 100% disabled, and has Parkinson's dementia. And 2 weeks ago, first of all, I just have to say, my dad is the least violent person I've ever met. I've never seen him angry. I saw him swear one time in my entire life, which was when I was making a very bad relationship choice when I was 16. But other than that, he is a gentle person who would do anything for my family. My mom has been living with his decline for several years. And 2 weeks ago, we had to put him in a nursing home because she can't care for him anymore. When he went to the nursing home, he was there for 3 days in the respite. And after the third day, they moved him into the memory care unit, where there were several individuals in there, one of which who screams all day and night, "Help me, help me, help me." In the middle of the night, my dad was convinced that my mom was being hurt, and he went looking for her, and he flipped a chair and he hit the chair saying, "Let her go, let her go, let her go." And a nurse tried to stop him by grabbing him, and he grabbed her arm and he twisted it, and he went by police car to the ER. As he was going out of the door of the nursing home where he was being cared for dementia, the police asked, "Do you want to press charges?" And then they reported multiple times that he was fighting them in the ambulance because he was scared. Then he was discharged home, and we were told that the nurse didn't want to press charges, but she could have. And so I understand that you're saying they don't, but that is not my experience within the last 2 weeks. The next night, he was wandering, looking for my daughter. And they were scared to touch him, and so they called the police to come and take him to the ER again because they didn't know what he was going to do. This facility, there's a memory care unit designed to deal with people with dementia, called the police to take him to the hospital because they were scared that they didn't know what he was going to do. And so he did, up and went in the police car again to the hospital, discharged back after I'm sure they sedated him and he chemically restrained him and did whatever they did. Last night, he was walking around in his and wasn't using his walker, and he fell and went to the hospital, the ER again. Anything could happen to him. He has his protective instincts for my mom and my daughter in particular are very, very strong. And he lives in a world where people are trying to hurt them and he can't find them because he's been around them for our entire lives. And he never can find them and he gets upset. And the response consistently is call the police. I'm not saying that there's not a good reason behind this bill, but what I hear is these statistics that there are so many assaults. And has anyone looked at the statistics of who they are by? Because what I think is I don't think this is going to add added protections to emergency room staff because so many of these people are not in their right minds. If you want to fix this problem, fix training for home staff, for nursing home staff, for emergency responders, for police officers, for the emergency room staff. Fix those problems, and you may actually get to a point where you are providing enhanced protections. But telling my dad you might get charged with a felony instead of a misdemeanor, and because you're charged with a felony, we need to cart you off to jail until a competency hearing happens? That's not going to solve anything. That's not going to do what you want it to do. What you want to do is fix the underlying problem. And if someone seriously injures someone in the emergency room or a first responder, as Representative Scher said, it's a Class B felony. That's 3.5 to 7 years in prison. Is saying it's 7.5 to 15 going to provide the deterrence that you wanted to provide? I don't think it will. There are better ways to solve the problem other than telling a person with dementia, a person with diabetes, someone who isn't in their right mind, that you're going to be charged with a felony and we need to hold you in jail until someone decides that you're not, in fact, in your right mind. So I ask you to think about what really will solve the problem. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just wanted to give you the story, my nightmare that I'm living in for the past 2 weeks. And
To be clear, was your father charged with anything by anybody?
no, because the nurse said that she did not want to press charges, but the police asked.
They have to, but she wasn't charged, is what I'm trying to get to. Did anyone charge your father with a crime?
Not yet, but he's been there 3 times in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Taken in a police car 3
Representative-
times in 2 weeks.
Representative Prue.
So the way I see this, if this goes through, the whole knowing part, he has dementia, he is not knowing. So
When he gets to trial, I agree.
it won't get that far, as far as I
Okay,
can
that's
see
not a
it.
question. We're not
And
arguing.
Would you believe? And would you believe, I think you need a new location for your father.
Yeah.
There
they
are no
don't seem
other
trained
options
very-
because
I
if you're
understand
100% disabled veteran, there are very limited options, and this is what we have.
Yep.
So again, fix that system.
That's federal. Representative Prue.
I'd like to, although I like Representative Prue, I don't want to be
We kinda look-
mistaken for
no,
him,
we don't look alike.
And I
Never
think
mind.
he believes the same. Thank you for your testimony. And I apologize for this question, but it really goes to the core of this for me. If your father were in the emergency room, thought that either you or his wife or his daughter were
My daughter.
were at risk, and hit somebody, is it your understanding under the laws in this state that he knew what he was doing because he was protecting what he perceived as a wife or a grandchild?
I think it could be perceived that way. And I don't think he would be ultimately convicted, but I think he would be, depending on how he's presenting, he would be arrested and taken to jail and waiting for a competency hearing. And somebody would be telling him, you're charged with a felony, and he wouldn't understand. But I think the law is complicated on what knowingly means, and competency is different depending on, so competency is not the same thing as negating mens rea or insanity. They're very, very different. And so that I think it's a very fact-based determination. There are certainly times where my dad is lucid and could probably do things knowingly and may present that way when he is not lucid. And so it would be a very, very scary trial process if it were to get that far. And I just don't see a big difference between 3.5 to 7 and 7.5 to 15. I just don't.
Thank you. No, but thank you, and I apologize for the pointed part of that question.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. So, Leah Rembus, please.
I have a copy for each of you as well, but can I just here? So I can go ahead and start before everybody gets a copy? Hi, my name is Leah Rembus. I am representing myself. I am a resident of Wyndham, New Hampshire, and I'm writing to oppose this bill. I'm a mother who has navigated the New Hampshire emergency room system multiple times over the last 4 years with a loved one who's in psychiatric crisis. I've seen firsthand how our ERs are currently not equipped to provide appropriate psychiatric care. This bill seeks to criminalize behaviors that are often a direct result of a medical crisis or a chaotic, an environment that isn't suitable for someone who's in a psychiatric crisis. I've seen that it's because there's a shortage of staff or a system failure to provide timely psychiatric beds. My concerns and questions about this bill, because the bill seems unclear. Patients that are admitted in a crisis, and I've seen this from my own experience, from my son being admitted into an ER department where he was placed in a very open area, almost just like this. He's in a bed, he's having he's in a psychotic state, which means he has unclear thinking. He's saying things that doesn't even make any sense. And you have a lot of people walking back and forth. It's very loud. And they're often monitored. He's been in a ER where he's monitored by a sitter. So that sitter is just watching him. And if he's saying, he could say derogatory comments, say unkind things to them, which that sitter in return is saying something, asking him to stop doing it. So it's sort of like a banter back and forth, which is also getting him more aggression. And that just means that he's unclear of the situation and why he's even there. He's having unclear thoughts. So holding patients criminally accountable for a medical symptom that could be worsened. The loud environments and the lack of specialized staff and training, I feel, also could make someone aggressive, and then at that time something could happen where there could be some type of a physical altercation, which is not safe for the staff, and it's also not safe for the patient as well. And also, I've also seen in the past where my son's been in the ER, the staff is very overwhelming. They're trying to get him to take a medication. He was thinking that they were trying to poison him. He wasn't going to drink what they were giving him. The nurse actually drank the water and tried to get him to take it. So then that also made him a little bit more aggressive because he was unsure why she was drinking the water. Then there was no way he was going to take it. So there was a lot of things that happened at that time. So then that makes more of a traumatic experience. Because then at that time there's restraints and escalation. So, and that also makes the illness even worse. So in my own experience, my son was subject to physical and chemical restraints that left him with visible bruising on his arms. He remained in that he had to have this done for 2 consecutive days. He stayed in the same room, which if you walked right around the room, you could leave and go out. He tried to do that 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row, the ER still did the same thing. They had physical restraints along with the medical or physical and chemical restraints both. So that experience highlights that I feel it's inconsistent. It's dangerous for that patient as well. It's also dangerous for the people who work there. So hospitals do need to have a dedicated psychiatric holding area designed for safety for everyone, for the patient and for the hospital staff. And most of them do not. We must ensure that all hospitals are equipped with these specialized areas so that medical crises are met with clinical support rather than physical escalation. So it helps not only the healthcare workers and it helps the patients both. So during an episode like this, individuals lose their capacity for rational intent. So they're not always able to rationalize the situation that's happening. Their actions are symptoms of a brain-based medical emergency, which elevates the symptoms. And these symptoms should not be for a felony level offense. And psychosis, the reality of psychosis with a lack of agency the patient might have during this episode. So there was the very first time I ever had to have an IEA on my son. I wasn't familiar with it. We were talked about it. An IEA was done at a community mental health facility. The police officers came. They actually took him. He wasn't able to understand what was going on. The police officer actually hit a phone out of his hand. When that happened, my son's reaction, he did kick the police officer at that time. Once he got to the ER, he was charged with an assault to the police officer, and they asked me to come back, and I was surprised. I didn't know that that could even happen, that you would be charged if you're taking somebody against their will, because that's what the IEA does. So I'm hoping that New Hampshire I know that New Hampshire is struggling with the psychiatric boarding, and when patients are held for days, my son was held for 22 days in an ER. So when you're held for 22 days in an ER with psychotic symptoms, into that environment isn't giving you specialized treatment. They're just trying to make you feel most comfortable as they can. So of course that their condition is going to deteriorate if you're not giving them the medication, not giving them the treatment that they need. The environment is stressful. It leads to agitation, and then when they get agitation, of course, it's hard for the medical staff. So it's not a choice for a patient to be in an ER who's in a psychiatric state for 22 days. So I feel if the bill passes, families won't want to bring their loved ones to the ER during a crisis because they're going to fear that a medical emergency is going to result in a felony conviction. And is this going to prevent people from seeking the help and the help that they need? So we must change how individuals receive care in a crisis. We need to be more clinical, have stable beds, add more crisis teams. So if we do these things, that way we're not going to criminalize patients who have nowhere else to go. And hopefully this in return can improve the safety of hospital staff and the safety of the patients. So I ask that you consider families across New Hampshire who are doing their best to support their loved ones in a crisis and don't turn our emergency rooms more into a courtroom than what they should be. And I thank you for your time.
We've heard repeatedly that the inclusion of the word knowingly somehow makes this okay. It doesn't sound like you have a lot of comfort with that alone. Given the fact that assault of emergency room folks in New Hampshire is an issue, is there a way you think the bill could be reworked to make it clear that people who are in mental health crisis are clearly exempt from this, as opposed to sort of leaving it up to somebody to decide whether or not they knowingly
I guess I
committed
don't
the
know
act?
how we would make that clear. I think overall we need to make a lot of changes, especially with the boarding of psychiatric patients, and we don't have, that's not readily available. So if they didn't have to sit there, like stay in emergency room for a long time, training of the staff too, because I don't feel that the sitter that's in the ER is trained enough on mental health situations to how do they know how to de-escalate that rather than confronting the person and asking them to sit down and different things like that. So I just think that there needs to be more training and more, and I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want to see anybody, because those people really are helpful. Once my son is in the hospital, he's been to New Hampshire Hospital 4 times in the last 4 years. They're very helpful, they're knowledgeable, and they have a secure space too if somebody does get agitated, and if nurses don't want to be hurt, they have a room for them. So do we need to have ERs with those types of safety rooms for all these patients so it doesn't happen? So I'm not really sure what the wording would be.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All
See no further questions. Thank you.
right, thank you.
Chair calls Rachel Potter.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rachel Potter, and I'm here as Policy Associate for the ACLU of New Hampshire to oppose this legislation. I'm going to try to not repeat a lot of what's been said. I think as the chair mentioned earlier, something that I want to emphasize is that this bill attempts to solve a problem for which the legislature already created a solution. In 2023, SB 58 was passed, which explicitly allows for the warrantless arrest of an individual who, through actual or threatened violence, interferes with the provision of medically necessary health care. And so law enforcement already has the authority to respond immediately and remove individuals from these situations. And before expanding criminal penalties further, I think we need to ask the basic question of what's happening with that law. Is the existing law being used effectively? At this time, I haven't been able to find clear data demonstrating how it's being used. We do not know. I think someone else mentioned how often these incidences are occurring, or who specifically is perpetrating them and who's involved, and whether the current tools are insufficient. So I think legislating in that absence of information really risks creating policy that is not only ineffective but harmful. As others have said, we do know that many of these incidents involve people in medical or behavioral crisis, people living with Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, or severe mental health conditions. And these are not individuals that are weighing the criminal penalties before acting. Escalating these situations from misdemeanor conduct to felony level conduct does not prevent the harm that's happening here. It simply changes how we punish it after the fact. And the consequences are significant. Something, we've talked a lot about knowing in the mens rea, but what we haven't talked about is the recent changes to our bail laws, where a charge like second-degree assault can trigger mandatory trigger mandatory pretrial detention. So that means that someone in the midst of cognitive decline or mental health crisis could be held in jail for months, or even years awaiting trial. And these individuals may not understand where they are, why they're there, or what is happening to them. So that's not just a liberty issue. It's a practical one. It's also a fiscal one. If we're saying that, these folks ultimately may not be convicted, our correctional system is already strained. Introducing more medically vulnerable people into our jails increases costs dramatically through heightened healthcare needs, transportation to outside medical facilities if they have to go back to the hospital, additional staffing demands. It also places our correctional officers, who are already stretched very thin, as you know, in situations they're not trained to handle. So I think that this bill could sweep in a lot of conduct, as we've talked about, that is truly not what the bill intends, and not criminal in nature, but rather symptomatic of a health condition. And without more guardrails, we risk turning, moments of medical crisis into felony convictions with really lifelong consequences. And so we ask you to oppose the legislation.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Stevens?
Chair Rhodes and members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens. I'm the Director of Public Policy at NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I'm here today to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 667. NAMI New Hampshire greatly appreciates the critical services the emergency room personnel provide and believes that they are an important element in mental health crisis response, especially in times when people end up boarding in emergency rooms for long periods of time. Further, we recognize and understand the risk of harm that the staff face on a daily basis and the need to protect their safety and well-being. However, we have serious concerns that Senate Bill 667 will actually achieve that. As you have heard, Senate Bill 667 contains no mechanism for protecting the safety of medical personnel. Instead, it just enhances penalties. Under the current law, as was just recently described, police are able to arrest somebody for a misdemeanor and get them out of the ER if there is going to be a threat of somebody being hurt. This law went into effect on August 4th of 2023 as a result of Senate Bill 58. We don't know if that change in law is even having an impact. And we think that it's really important to get a handle on what we've already done to see if that's working. What we do know from the data that's come out of the Workforce Healthcare Safety Committee is that incidents of violence are going up from, I think it was 24 to 25. We don't know where in the hospital those are happening. We don't know if this is even being instituted in the ERs, if they're requesting that somebody be removed when they have the opportunity to do that. And really getting a handle on whether they're using that we had stakeholders that met over about 2 years in order to make that change in the law. And it was the hospitals, healthcare workers, legislators, and advocates. And so we really encourage this committee to take a look at whether we need to maybe change this into gathering the data that's already of what's already taking place to see whether what we've already done is helping. And maybe we need to change the law in that way across the full hospital to bring down these incidents. We encourage the committee to look at studying this further, because we do think that somebody who, in a psychiatric crisis, who knows they are punching somebody in the face, they know that their fist is making contact with that person, they could be arrested for a felony. And only upon going to court and having a lawyer say this was not knowingly would those charges be potentially dismissed. So with that, I will take any questions that you may have, but we do encourage you to look at gathering the data instead of passing this bill and enhancing the penalties.
Representative Muse?
Previously, we had testimony that there are a bunch of things that could be done either in place of or along with increasing penalties. In your mind, what are some of the key things that we're not doing now that we should start doing, or things we should be doing more of?
I mean, I think you heard training of staff. I think ER is taking a hold of their practice within the emergency room. And some emergency rooms are doing this now and are starting to medicate people while they're in the emergency room rather than waiting until they get to New Hampshire Hospital. So looking at, doing treatment within the ERs, looking at training folks up so that they know how to engage with somebody who might be psychotic is really important. I mean, you heard from the previous speaker, Leah, her son was charged when he kicked a police officer. He was charged. And he was in a psychotic crisis. So I think, to the point of knowingly, the officer obviously thought he knowingly kicked him and pressed charges. So I think, looking at more training in the ERs. And again, I think looking at that data is going to be crucial to find out whether Senate Bill 58 from 2023 is actually working in the ERs as was intended.
Representative Scheer?
Thank you for your testimony. I will point out to the chair that Ms. Stevens suffers from being a former student of mine. Speaking of which, is it your understanding that the mental state of knowingly means you are aware of the conduct you're engaging in?
Yes. From taking your class in criminal procedure, Representative Scheer, yes, that is my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Brew?
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Brew. I'm a registered nurse and have been for a very long time.
I currently am employed as a MOAB, Management of Aggressive Behavior instructor, and have been since 2013. I'm also an EVADE instructor, and I am dual instructor in that versus advanced techniques in behavioral health. I am here to support this bill. Violence in the emergency department has a profound effect on the fiscal stability of our healthcare organizations in New Hampshire. Violence is described as any act of aggression, verbal assault, physical assault, or threatening behavior that causes physical, emotional harm to guests, patients, staff, or visitors. Healthcare workers are disproportionately at risk for workplace violence. They are 5 times more likely to experience violence at work than any other workers, and it accounts for 73% of all non-fatal workplace occurrences. In 2024, the American Hospital Association published a report on healthcare workplace violence. Hospitals experience substantial financial impacts from violence. In hospitals, workplace violence most often occurs in psychiatric departments, emergency departments, waiting rooms, and geriatric units, with rural states in rural areas having higher prevalence than urban areas. The total financial cost of violence to hospitals in 2023 was estimated at $18 billion US. The largest contributor to the total annual costs from post-event healthcare experience is to treat physical injuries. Violence in the workplace impacts workers beyond injuries and illnesses. The physical and psychological toll of exposure to violence in hospital employees can contribute to high absenteeism rates, which can then increase the strain in an already burdened system. It increases the risk of burnout, which increases the rate of occurrences of medical errors and puts patients at risks. It also contributes to the overall operational efficiency of the healthcare facility to its detriment. In the absence of federal legislation, which has been proposed and never been taken forward by our Senate, it has passed the House of Representatives twice in Washington. Senate has never taken it up. So there's no federal legislation to support protection for healthcare workers. This bill would help our staff in the 26 hospitals we have in our state to be supported when somebody knowingly assaults them. We are not asking that it would be somebody experiencing a medical crisis, somebody who's having an acute psychotic problem. This is somebody who punches you because you didn't bring them the wrong Jell-O. And somebody who just punches you because they don't like you, which is what happened to me. Patient was in the emergency department, didn't like how I looked, and they went to punch me in the face. Had I been any closer, they would have. This is not a crime in terms of somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, and that is the point of knowingly. This is somebody who just hits you, kicks you, spits on you, verbally assaults you because they want to, and because they think in your role as a healthcare worker, you should take it. That is not what we expect. I should not be going to work feeling that I am at risk for harm that impairs my ability to provide the best care possible to this person. So I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
If I just have a quick question. If a person is in a hospital and have been treated for, say, one of the conditions you have described it, right? That's obviously something's not right. However, the person leaves the hospital and I don't know, it's the next day or whatever, and they're, minding their own business, and they go to get takeout of some sort, right? And something happens somewhere along the way. I don't want to say that they relapse, but right, something happens, and now they assault the person working in this restaurant, right? Person at McDonald's. Are they going to be charged the same there? Like they would be charged with assault there, correct?
Correct.
So even if they had been treated, right, like it wouldn't be any different. Like they're still going to be charged with that assault. It's not going to be different because they have been diagnosed with something, right?
I'm not understanding the question. I'm sorry.
I might have repeated it, but thank you. You answered the first time. I was just kind of clarifying it. Thank you. We're good.
Okay. Any others?
We're all set. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Nicole Cremo. I'm here representing myself. Thank you for giving me the time to speak. I spent 15 years in corrections. I was a lieutenant inside of the walls of Grafton County Jail in North Haverhill, New Hampshire. And I've spent the last almost 3 years as the security manager for Littleton Regional Healthcare. So that's currently where I work. Healthcare is a very new world, very new system for me. And I came to give some statements in support of this bill. I can wholeheartedly say that I have seen significantly more violence in our hospitals than I saw in 15 years inside of a jail. I really mean that. There are different safeguards in place when you work in law enforcement and you work in corrections and you're a first responder. There are protections for those people. Those do not exist for healthcare workers. Let me also say that I completely understand, empathize with everybody who has sat here and has testified on behalf of people who are experiencing a mental health crisis. I truly do not believe that that is what this bill is for, nor do I believe that it's for people with dementia or clinical reasons for behaviors outside of their control. And so I just was hoping to kind of bring the focus back to, these staff members that come in. That's okay. I understand. I was afraid it was going to happen with my phone too. So I'm glad it wasn't me. I would, yes. No, that's okay. Our healthcare workers, they're people too. Right now it's Workplace Violence Prevention Awareness Month. And our hospital is bringing a lot of attention to that. Hospitals across the state are bringing attention to that. Across the country are bringing attention to that. And in having conversations with my staff, there are nurses, there are security officers, there are people who work in our cafeteria, there are ancillary staff who are terrified to come to work every day because of the violence that they experience, whether it's verbal outbursts, or physical violence. It is a real problem. And I think that we're doing a disservice to those people by not putting more in place to help keep them safe. I have heard what people have said regarding what was passed a couple years ago regarding police being able to come in and arrest people, the warrantless arrest law. I can't remember exactly what the number is right now, but you know what I'm referencing. So in regards to that, I would just like to say just a small tidbit that quite frankly isn't working. I think a lot of police departments still don't know that exists, and the ones that do don't feel confident that they can come in and do that. We have tried to do some education with our local police departments just regarding, hey, we have this situation and we think that this would be able to help. There's still a lot of trepidation there, and it's not enough. And I think something like this, again, with the caveat knowing this isn't for people in mental health crisis. This isn't for people with dementia. This isn't for people with a clinical reason for their behavior. But we do sometimes just have people who come in and they're violent. And there's got to be something done to keep these people safe. So that's really all I have. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Representative Muse?
Thanks for taking my question. One of the things that I think about when I hear this testimony, and when I've heard a lot of this testimony, is it makes me wonder, as somebody who worked in human resources for a pretty good chunk of his career, when we talked about responsibility around workplace violence, a lot of that really fell on the employer. And what this bill basically asks us to do is to increase the penalty for something that's actually already a penalty under our law. And so when I look at it in terms of how effective this might be in actually addressing the root causes of the problem you're describing, I'm just sort of scratching my head wondering what would be any different if we actually pass this law, unless hospitals and other organizations that are experiencing this problem unless something is actually done by them to increase security in their organizations for their employees. I mean, we're not responsible as legislators for the safety and security of people at a hospital. That's the responsibility of the employer. And I'm just curious how you react to that and what else you think we could be doing.
I hear what you're saying. I really have taken in everything that everybody has said today so far, and there's not anything that's been said that I can't nod along with, because multiple things can be true at a time, I think. And we sort of, I think, forget that when there's a situation like this bill that's in place. We're really focused on, well, this is the solution. I can't say that this is going to be a solution. I think it is something that could help. I also agree with you that increasing security forces can help. I also agree that the way that we are, bedding psychiatric patients, that's not great. That system could be better. I know at my organization, we have taken a huge leap as far as workplace violence prevention. And, there's requirements for emergency department staff to have the highest level of de-escalation training, along with the physical part of being able to defend themselves. We have that in place so that that's a requirement. We don't see that that's significantly helping yet. We do activities for Workplace Violence Prevention Month and make sure people know how to report, make sure people have a police liaison so that they can report, if they feel that a crime was committed against them, that they can report and try to press charges. That's great. That isn't always, a great option. Sometimes people are uncomfortable even coming forward. And if this was passed, people would still maybe be uncomfortable coming forward, because then they would have to deal with the court system in that process. And there are some fears with people that aren't familiar with the system. So I can't sit here and say that I disagree with you, because I think that is a part of it. But I think that there are other parts too. And this is a part that I think we are significantly missing, is that we just don't have anything that says, from a state perspective or a national perspective or whatever it may be, to our healthcare workers, we care about you and we have your backs, and this isn't okay. I think other people are going to present some statistics that I have available but didn't bring up with me, that are really staggering about how often healthcare workers are assaulted, and they matter too. So I think, like I said, I don't know that this is the answer, but I really do think it would be a step in the right direction.
Representative Scheer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your testimony. If I heard correctly, you were saying your organization has made efforts to educate police departments about the warrantless arrest statute, but also the fact that there are already in place misdemeanor charges or secondary assault charges, depending on the nature of the assault. Am I hearing that the police, for lack of a better way to put it, aren't getting it?
I hate to say that so publicly.
You don't have
but
to
yeah,
name names.
But
Yeah.
yeah, kind of. I think there's a lot of, just not quite an understanding of that. And I can also say sometimes it has been in situations where the people who have come forward, it was somebody who was in a mental health crisis. And I can completely appreciate that the police department is like, this isn't the time to use that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's some still lack of understanding of that.
Follow up? And I guess in listening to you talk, what came to mind is, do healthcare work, know that there is protection for them? They, an individual who assaults them and causes bodily injury can be charged with a misdemeanor. A person who recklessly causes serious bodily injury to them can be charged with a Class B felony. Is there a lack of education of healthcare workers of knowing that there are consequences to what someone does?
I think maybe there is slightly. And I think another piece of this is there's a lack of follow through. Sometimes the reports are made, and I can't speak to every area, and I don't want to just isolate the area that I'm in either, because our police do great work. But there have been times that it's kind of fallen off the radar, so to speak. Healthcare workers just don't feel important. And I don't know that everybody takes the crimes against them as seriously as they should.
Thank you. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Rosenberg?
Both directions.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Rosenberg. I'm the Policy Director at the Disability Rights Center, the state's protection and advocacy system for people with disabilities. And I'm here to testify against this bill. There, no doubt, our healthcare workforce, and our emergency caregivers are facing increased levels of violence, and that is untenable and unacceptable. By the same token, we have people who are entering our emergency departments who are in a crisis by virtue of needing to go to an emergency department, are likely to be experiencing mental anguish, a mental health crisis, could be, as you heard earlier, experiencing dementia related to Alzheimer's or another underlying condition, could have another condition that makes it difficult for them to communicate effectively. And what is important to note is that what this bill does is it just further criminalizes a behavior and is unlikely to change that behavior. It's well-intentioned. We need to figure out better ways to create safe workplaces for our healthcare workers. They are essential, obviously. But criminalizing behaviors of people who are not able to control those behaviors is not going to make things safer or better for healthcare workers. There are other strategies that could be put into place to do this. So what I circulated to you a couple things. One is my written testimony about this bill. Also, there's been a lot of talk about SB 58. So I thought you ought to have it. So that is the bill that was passed and signed into law in August of 2023, which was intended to address the health and safety, not just of emergency department workers, but all healthcare workers in all of our facilities, including residential facilities. And there were a lot of folks who came together to pass this. And yes, as mentioned, it allows for a warrantless arrest, being able to take someone out of one of these facilities and have them arrested for a misdemeanor level charge. I reached out to the Hospital Association earlier this week and last week to inquire about how this is going. And they could not tell me whether it was actually being implemented or not. Or if it was, and because they weren't able to tell me that, they didn't know whether it was effective. You all pass laws for a reason. This law was passed to protect the healthcare people, right? But that's all you can do, really, is pass laws. You can't make people follow them. And I think that, some more study needs to be done to figure out, well, you passed this law, you did it for a reason. Why is it not being, is it being implemented anywhere? If not, why not? Because the idea was to get people who are really dangerous, figure out a mechanism to get them out of that setting where they might be endangering someone. By the same token, we didn't want to have folks who were in need of medical care, who are facing a psychiatric crisis, to end up with high-level charges that could negatively impact them for the rest of their lives. Stuff like not being able to qualify for public housing if you're convicted of a felony, not being able to secure employment. We're already talking about a population that lacks stability, and subjecting them to felony charges and felony level punishments could further escalate their lack of stability. The other thing that I've handed out to you in my packet is I tried to do some research to figure out, is this kind of legislation effective? And I could not find a lot, but I did find an article from Maine. So Maine passed a bill that created felony level charges for assaults in emergency rooms. And what this article finds is that actually it really did not have a meaningful impact on the level of violence in emergency rooms. Now, I understand this is one article, and maybe this points to a need for further study of what strategies actually do work. I did a little bit of research into that. I found an article from the Annals of Emergency Department. What is it called? Hold on, it's like I wrote it down. Here we go. Annals of Emergency Medicine from March of 2025. Some of the recommendations they made to actually have an effective response, to actually reduce levels of violence, looking at de-escalation training and making that mandatory and more readily available. How readily available is that in our healthcare system? What percentage of emergency department personnel receive that training? Providing training in crisis intervention and self-defense in a way that would help someone deflect a potential injury. Looking at response teams that could be put together so that a worker has some support. Looking at staffing issues. I mean, when you're looking at a situation where there's burnout or people calling in sick, that's not going to help either, right? So maybe doing some assessment of when staffing call-outs are likely to happen, having backup staff, having support for our healthcare workers, so that they can switch out if they're dealing with someone who's challenging to deal with. Also, even considering assessing risk for someone who comes in, particularly if it's someone they might be familiar with, and whether there's any information available that would suggest ways to interact with that person that might help de-escalate a situation. These are strategies that could work to actually prevent healthcare workers' injuries, provide some real answers for folks, have a real impact, and not just ratchet up charges for someone who is in a hospital, in a crisis, who's probably not going to be deterred if this bill passes. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Representative Scheer.
Could you send the committee members a copy of that Annals of Emergency
Yep,
Medicine article?
absolutely. I found it while I was sitting here, so I will do
Thank
that.
You. So no more questions. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Merrifield.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you for your time on what must be a very long day for you. For the record, my name is Ken Merrifield. I'm Commissioner at the Department of Labor. I'm not here representing the department or a policy position per se. We're typically neutral on all legislation. But I happen to be a member of the New Hampshire Healthcare Workplace Safety Commission. Some of our members you've heard from already. Our chairman, John Patty, is actually here with us today. And we're here to represent the commission in its support of Senate Bill 667. The commission was created by the legislature to record and analyze data associated with workplace violence in healthcare settings. To that end, we can report to you that in state fiscal year 2024, there were 2,965 reported workplace violence events in our New Hampshire hospitals. This rose to 3,358 events in state fiscal year 2025. A subcommittee of the commission has determined that while the total number of events reported annually is about 3,000, the number of victims is almost 5,000 per year. The subcommittee estimates that a healthcare worker is assaulted in New Hampshire every 2.5 hours, and that a physical assault happens every 6 hours. Each day, some 13 New Hampshire healthcare workers become victims of some type of workplace violence. Despite a number of mitigation strategies, some of which you've heard about this afternoon, that have been put in place by New Hampshire hospitals, it's evident from reported data that the problem is increasing, not decreasing. The Commission believes that legislative measures like the Senate Bill 667 are important to keeping our healthcare workplaces safe. This will result in improved recruitment and retention of healthcare workers at a time when they're desperately needed. Healthcare careers are difficult enough without concerns for personal safety. The most frequent victims of violence in New Hampshire hospitals are nurses. And I thank you for accepting this testimony. Happy to try and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony.
Of course.
In terms of your commission using the term workplace violence, what's your definition of workplace violence?
Virtually anything that you can think of that you would consider violent, even hostile words.
Was the commission able to parse out how much of the workplace violence involved bodily injury or serious
Yes.
bodily injury? And,
Yes.
and what were those numbers?
I don't have that with me.
Could
You can view our annual reports. 2 annual reports have been issued thus far from the commission. They are on the Department of Labor's website. Would have all of those statistics for you.
Does the commission have any evidence to suggest, well, before I get to that, I think you understand that there are already criminal penalties in place, criminal statutes in place for simple assault causing bodily injury and causing serious bodily injury. The first being a misdemeanor, the second being second-degree assault, a felony, with eligible for 3.5 to 7 years at most per penalty. So what evidence did the commission gather to suggest that increasing the misdemeanor to a Class B felony and increasing the Class B felony to a Class A felony with a penalty of 7.5 to 15 years would actually do something to mitigate this problem, particularly given what we've just heard about the article from Maine?
Okay, the commission does not collect data that would indicate that in the least. I can tell you that the folks on the commission, it's a large commission, approximately 40 members, directed me without objection and unanimously to come here and support this bill.
Follow up. I got you before you could correct me. This will be my third one. Thank you. Did anybody on the commission, when they unanimously supported you, explain why they thought this would make a difference? I mean, you understand my concern is, my concern is that almost nobody who engages, I would wager, in violence in the emergency room, given that they're in an emergency room and they're going through something difficult, whether it's a mental health crisis or otherwise, thinks about the penalty for what they're about to do before they do it. And so my concern is, did anybody on the commission explain with any information or thoughts about why they thought this specifically would make a difference, given there's already criminal statutes?
What I heard from the commission was real frustration that they are not being supported and that they are being subjected to violent acts in hospitals where they should not be. That's what I heard from the commission.
I think I'm not permitted another question, but that was a question. Thank you. This issue of them feeling not supported is really frustrating. Do you believe that because it's only a misdemeanor, it's only second-degree assault under the current legislation, that makes them feel not supported? Or do you believe that they don't even know that those exist?
I believe that they are seeing with their own, and some of our commission members testified before you this afternoon. I think that they are seeing workplace violence happening in their hospitals, and they don't feel that the legislature is doing enough. They don't necessarily feel that their hospitals are doing enough to protect them, despite a lot of efforts that we have heard about, mitigation efforts that we have heard about.
Thank you.
Along those lines, Ms. Rosenberg from the Disability Rights Center brought up some things that might make a difference in this situation. So some of the things she mentioned are de-escalation training, crisis intervention and self-defense, response teams, staffing issues, risk assessment. To what degree is the commission discussing best practices around these areas and maybe approaching the legislature for help in these areas?
All of those.
Okay.
All of those discussed at every commission meeting. It's a standing agenda item on the commission's agenda to discuss mitigation efforts of all types.
Follow up? When does discussion become action? So here we have a bill that was drafted by a senator that was kind of easy to say, yeah, we agree with that. But where does it become action for a group like that?
So the commission is charged with offering recommendations to the legislature. The annual reports that I just referenced include those. All of those recommendations are publicly available.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
What bill is this? Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on Senate Bill 667 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and we are finished with our business for the day. Thank you to everybody that stayed with us for today.